Welcome in, guys. Hey, Susan. We will be getting into the any updates. Hey, Mary. We're just waiting for the guests to arrive. Welcome in, everyone. No word on the mom and baby yet. Yeah, us too. Hey, Dreads. The only new update that we were just made aware of is the cops are back out of the house. Yes, they sure were. No updates on Sebastian, unfortunately, y'all. Give me 1 second. I did inform the neighbor. Let me see if I can share it to her. I hate when they hide my share button. Amber, yes, this case is weird. Very strange. What's up, I detective? Just the newest update is there are cops back out at the house.
I still can't get in that Facebook group to save my life. I'm just too old. I can't navigate. Whatever.
I mean,
maybe it's because I'm on there as like a page, not a person. That's probably
that might be it.
That's what it is. And I'm not going to go under my personal profile. That's okay.
Now, what I was just told by the neighbor, mom is still in critical condition. The neighbor stated that on her way to the grocery store, she did see law enforcement back out at the house.
I wonder if when they're there, if lights are on, like their lights flashing, or if they're just there.
Sarah, you're new to the case. Don't worry, we'll give an update.
Mm-hmm.
How many people in here have not heard of this case? Abby said she will be on after
Her son.
her son's event.
Yeah.
True Crime Mama said she'll be in as soon as she's done with her live stream.
Right.
And I invited the other ones from last night, including Justin. So, I'll give you guys a quick update as or the synopsis of the story. This is Kahleb Collins. He would never have, yeah, Abby Blabby. Um, Nobody would have ever known this boy was missing had it not been for the car accident, right? I'm sure most of you guys are well aware of the car accident, but if not, we can show it. So right here is the area where the car accident occurred. According to a lot of, hey, Moses. What's up, Moses?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. So you seen the photos I sent you, right?
I have, yes.
Does it look like he attempted to stop?
Well, you know what? It's hard to make an assessment like that without looking at the traffic collision reports and being there at the scene. But in general terms, I could tell you that yeah, when somebody brakes, typically we see tire skid marks. We'll see some sort of impact of some sort. Even sometimes the cars make impact with parts of the road, trees, bushes, whatever the case may be. And so far, the photographs that you sent me, we don't see any of that.
Right. And what was your thoughts on that truck?
Yeah, it looks like it was a pretty a high rate of speed type of damage to the car to the truck. For so definitely speed's a factor there.
The way that that tail bed was just folded into it.
Yeah, it was insane. Now, for those who does not know who Detective Moses Costello is, he is a retired LAPD detective. He knows his stuff when it comes to law enforcement. If I need advice when it comes to stuff like that, I reach out to him because he knows what he's talking about. Yes, 92 miles. You never. Yeah, well, he does a lot of work with a law
Yeah,
firm, so
I actually consider myself repurposed, Dan. I'm not retired. I'm repurposed.
yeah, but what you're doing is good. So let me do so Moses, you haven't got to see all of this. So as you've seen, this is a area where the car accident occurred. Hey Cedar. This here is where the car impacted the tree at a very high rate of speed. Now, a lot of the news articles are stating that he was trying to adjust away from a curve, but as you've seen on the first photo, it looked more like a straightaway than a curve. This is what the truck looked like after the accident. That truck was destroyed. And if you look behind the truck, behind the tailgate, you don't see no tire marks. Like, say he was trying to stop, you don't even see that.
That's my main focus on this picture. Can I also say I find it really weird that the mom was found ejected partially out of the driver's side door, but I understand that force could just probably, there's no telling what it could do, but I just find that odd.
Well, see, that made me start to think last night. What
Yeah.
if there is a possibility that mom was trying to stop
Right.
this and make
Right.
it crossed?
Exactly.
Now, back to the original story. So, let me find it. This young child, nobody would have known he was missing. if it wasn't for that car accident, right? When the car accident occurred, both the mom's in ICU. The dad and Caleb's sister are no longer with us, right? Well, yeah, no one had a seatbelt on or nothing. So when all of this occurred, law enforcement was not even aware of Caleb. They didn't even know Caleb existed. So they started doing their investigation. That's when they spoke with somebody. We believe it was the uncle or another family member asking, "Well, where's Caleb?" And that's when law enforcement went back out to the scene to take a look at the scene of the crime or the accident. Searched for 8 days. So, did anyone survive? The mom is the only one that is still alive. She's in a coma in ICU. But with that being said, once they found out that there was another child, they automatically thought Caleb was in the car. So they did conduct a search for 8 days. To no avail, they never found Caleb. So they continued to do their investigation and come to find out nobody's seen Caleb since September. Now, since all of this occurred, the accident occurred on the 8th, right? The grandfather was arrested and charged for failing to report a missing child.
On the 11th. So during those 8 days.
So, Jen, I don't disagree. It really points that way. So, with law enforcement going out there digging up the property at the house, that really points towards a recovery operation. And the way this is, yes, the cops are at the house right now. I just spoke with the neighbor. So, the grandfather, John Elton Bailey, he was charged to fail to report a missing child. Now, let me move my big head out of the way. We have not heard anything about them finding the baby, but if anything comes up while we're live, we will talk about it. So a criminal complaint was filed or was released stating that he failed to report a child missing by delaying to make or failing to cause to be made the report with willful and reckless disregard of the safety of the child, and the child suffered serious bodily harm or death, to wit, physical injuries to the child, and the child was removed from the home and taken to an unknown location, and no report was filed by anyone in the residence.
Yeah, it's really sad.
It really is. I mean,
Yeah,
I personally believe they know something.
I don't know if you know my background there, Dan, but I actually investigated crimes against children, physical abuse, sex abuse, and murder when it was committed against children. And those are the most tough cases for law enforcement and first responders, as for obvious reasons. So, pray for this child and his family, and pray for justice. But I'm also going to pray and think about the detectives, the law enforcement, the first responders. They're all going to be impacted by this. These are the cases that never leave you, never stop thinking about them. Even if you want to, even if you try to, you're not. Especially during this time of Christmas, New Year's, the holidays, it makes it even that more tragic and very, very sad. And yeah, and I'm speaking from experience because when I had these cases during the holidays, I saw myself in a deep state of depression, and I really couldn't connect with my own family. I isolated myself, and I'm sharing this with you because I want people to know what law enforcement officers go through. And thankfully for me, I recognized that I needed that extra support and help, and I reached out for help, and I got it. But it's tough. It really is. It's heartbreaking, and but I'm with you on this. The fact that they're at the house and they're digging up, it's because they have probable cause to believe that they're going to find something there, and that's very
Hmm.
sad.
So someone asked, hang on, somebody asked a question. Let me address that question. I know who. Oh, let's see. So the neighbor did state that since she's lived across the street from where this family lived, she hasn't seen Caleb. She's only seen the sister, right? And she's lived there since April, which is rather concerning.
Yeah.
Extremely concerning.
Let's not also forget, she talked about last night, I hope she can come up later, that at one point her husband even went in to the home and there was like absolutely no sign of Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
I'm highly disturbed by the marketplace ads for the quote unquote bunk bed and Hello Kitty ride.
Yeah.
I'm very disturbed by them. Maybe I've just done way too many true crime cases of the worst kind, but I'm disturbed about it. It doesn't feel right. You have a. Do we need to put here? I'll put the picture behind me. You have a picture where you're listing a bunk bed, a metal bunk bed for sale. I think it was for $250. But all you really see is the bottom mattress that almost looks like it's on the floor with the daughter laying face down, I think, asleep in it. And it just feels off.
Where was that posted?
Was that a post that we're thinking it came from the family?
So it was by Stephen Collins on his Facebook Marketplace. I'm trying to find the photo. Hang on, let me see how you tell me to do this. Okay. So this was what it was. This is what the post looked like. This was it, and it was advertising selling a bunk bed. But this was how the picture was. Now I had to crop it for TikTok, but my original photos, from what you sent me, Dan, have got his profile name on there.
Is that? I'm sorry, but I could only see a very small image of it. Is that a doll or is that an actual child?
So there's a child sleeping and a baby doll. And it's baby Riley is sleeping face down in the photo.
Oh, wow.
And
Here,
then
let me make you bigger.
Okay.
so
Thank you.
you can't see the head the way that it's like stretched it, but you can see the white T-shirt. But in my picture, you can see that there's a baby's Riley's head.
No, you're right about that. Typically, when somebody puts a offer a picture or something like this to sell, there's nobody in the picture. It's just the item itself. That is very concerning.
And it's not even showing the whole bed. This is all it's showing, specifically a child in the bed. It just really concerns me. And then there was, hang on.
It's almost as if they're trying to create an alibi for the
So
child.
this one, yeah, this one you also can't see her because it's cut off. But to the very right, baby Riley is actually in this item. And from what I've heard, this item sells full price for a little bit less than what they even had it listed for. Let me go back to the other one.
So we also did a little digging last night. So those photos were taken at two different addresses.
Interesting.
So, Dan, for those of us just joining in, can you give a recap of what we're talking about?
Okay, so for those who do not know what's going on, you can see in my profile or my photo up here. There's a missing child alert out of Alabama, and Caleb Collins, nobody was made aware of this child being missing until after this car accident. Once this car accident occurred and the mother was placed in ICU, the father and his sister tragically lost their life. The mother is in a coma. Grandfather got arrested for failing to report a child missing. I have not seen anything about him being found. Hang on. Let me look. Let me go to Alabama Law Enforcement Agency. I do not see anything about saying that this child's been found yet. Yeah, Misty. Yeah, same here. I'm not from Alabama, but all I'm seeing is this child is still missing. By who? So the neighbor just sent me a message that law enforcement is at the house and is digging right now.
That's crazy. So we know they dug yesterday in one spot at least.
Hey Dan, do you have an idea why there's no Amber Alert?
There's no proof of abduction. See, the problem is, Moses, that's where
Yeah, but the child is so young. They should do an Amber Alert just for that.
I agree 100%.
Well, that makes me wonder if, did you remember the wording that they used when they arrested the grandfather on December 11th?
Mm-hmm.
It almost was worded like he saw the child with some sort of injury, and they even used the word and or death. So that's what makes me wonder.
Yeah, but that could just be part of the statute. The statute already has that language in there, so it's
Yeah.
physical injury and or death.
Gotcha.
Now, the other thing, yes, Ashley, there is a police presence there right now. Yeah, I know you were in my live stream last night. Lovely. As far as we know, yes, the mother is still in a coma. Yes, lots of lights in the backyard. Ashley, are you friends with the neighbor? You're the one that introduced me.
I have chills. This is scary.
She said, "Can you send her the link?" She said she would join after she was done making dinner for her kids and getting them in bed. Now we do have other people coming in. When they get done doing what they got to do. Abby Blabby, True Crime Mama. They're all going to be joining as soon as they get done doing what they got to get done. So what's going on here? Let me shrink you.
So there's a news report out of WVTM 2 hours ago that says that the guardian of the 1-year-old charged with after deadly Alabama crash.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing about being found just yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. So when these alerts go out, guys, if they locate him, they will deactivate the missing child alert. It'll be posted on Alabama Law Enforcement Agency social media page first.
Does that usually happen pretty fast, Dan?
Once they verify that it's him, yes.
Okay. So that's a pretty reliable source to keep monitoring then.
Well, you know what? It's the article goes on to say that the investigators believe that Caleb went missing more than 3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And if that's the case, that's
September
probably
10th.
why they're digging in the backyard. Wow.
September 10th, I think is what they listed on there.
Yeah, September 10th is when the alleged incident occurred.
Gosh darn it.
So who else lived with Grandpa? Mom and Dad. No, so the last time the child was seen was September 4th. Grandpa committed the alleged crime on September 10th.
And do we know if he posted bond or is he still in custody?
No, he's still in there. $100,000 bond. No, they have not found him. Yes, Vanessa, they all live together. So let's go back to some photos real quick. So we did some digging last night because we noticed that, where is it? This photo right here. Oh, you can't see it in the photo. Let me see if I got another one.
Yeah, I could see her.
No, there's something in the photo that caught our attention.
That's what I was talking about with seeing her, though, Detective Moses. Yeah.
Man.
Those are all his posts.
Yeah, these are all Brad's listings. Let me shrink that photo. I'll bring it back in here. Hey, Nikki, send me that photo that we noticed that there was a discrepancy in the address that shows what's in the background.
I'll be curious to know if anybody actually responded to that ad and try to make a transaction. That would be even more.
Right. They have to be checking out the digital footprint of all that, right?
You would hope. I would really hope they are. Give me 1 second. I'm waiting for the photo.
Are you talking about with the grandpa's listed address, Dan? Or?
No. This is different. So, the photo, we noticed something in the background that wasn't consistent with the address where the family was living at right now.
Wow.
Okay, hang on. All right. So, if you take a look at this, you see right over my head, you see that green awning right there? It's a carport, right?
Yeah.
That was not on anything on that property, right? Where this all occurred. Now, I want you to take a look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is on a property they used to live at. So, that car photo was not taken at the same property that all of this occurred at.
It's interesting.
It really was. It caught our attention because that puts two locations into play. You know how we were trying to figure out um,
How long they were there, right?
yeah, and not only
Yeah.
that, but how Grandpa was able to get custody.
Yes, because he had to have a different address to tell child services.
Right. So, Gillian, we would love to know exactly how that child went missing, but I'm going to be blunt and honest with you. The way it's looking right now is they're looking for remains right now. That's what it looks like. When they're digging up property, they're looking for remains. They're not looking for somebody alive.
So that would mean that Caleb came to that new house with them, though.
Is the neighbor that's giving us the information? Is she describing the scene to you? Like, do the police have uh, lights out there? Big lights for when it gets dark, or what are they describing to you?
She went to the grocery store, didn't she? Was she back there? Do we know?
She did. She had to go to the grocery store. She said she would be back.
Because I imagine it's dark there now, right?
Yeah.
Because if they set up lights and an operation that they're going to go all night, then yeah, that's definitely indicative of. You're absolutely right. They're looking for remains.
There yesterday, I think they did it during the day.
And do they see any sign of any cadaver dogs from the coroner's office?
I do not know. Lacey, are you out by there?
No, I am. So I'm in Louisiana, but I am not in Alabama. No.
So
Okay,
yesterday,
so
the neighbor said she didn't see any cadaver dogs yesterday, just to put that out there.
Well, the neighbor said last night that they were only digging the Monday after the accident, which would have been 12/9. But people that live in the area on the Facebook post are stating that they've actually been out there all week, a high police presence. And then the video that was just posted, I'm not sure if you saw the video, the guy posted, yeah. I mean, there's clearly like overhead lights, but I mean,
here, I can show the video.
okay.
Oh, I thought she confirmed that there was a dig yesterday, or somebody did.
Remember, Brittany said that it was only last night. Brittany said that it was only the Monday after the accident.
Who was it that confirmed that? Remember, about the dig yesterday.
But I mean, on the video, like it says that
They removed the video.
they did.
Is this on the chat that I can't get in?
No, it's in the Facebook group.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Sarah?
I just saw it. Give me 1 second.
Yes, they are back out there.
Video is still on there. It was posted by Scott Harding. I can still see it.
I wonder if he blocked me.
Oh God.
Let me look under media files. Yeah, it's not showing. Is it in the chat?
No, it's on the actual. Give me 1 second.
Renee, whatever you're sending me, those links don't work.
I'm not
Let me click on them.
sure. Hold on. Hold on. I actually just got a video from. Oh wait. Oh, she must be on this live. See if that link works.
Where did you send it?
In the chat. Sorry. Where can I send it?
Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people from Alabama in here. Okay. Let's see if it plays.
Hey, Dan, I'll come back in about 10 minutes, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, they got that backyard lit up.
Yeah, like it's yeah.
Here, let me put it on a big screen.
Is that tonight?
That's odd that you can't see it on the Facebook though.
Hang on.
Because I mean, on the video it says that they're allegedly confirming that he has been found. It's just not made public. But I mean, I don't take anything. We learned last night that there could be a lot of misinformation.
See how lit up the backyard is?
Yeah.
Hmm. Yep.
So yeah, that's somebody that's just driving around in there.
Hmm.
That is tonight, yes. And the neighbor confirmed it. She said she's going to do her best to get in here. She's working on feeding her children and getting them to bed. But with all this being said, everything that we have seen so far, it is really pointing towards them looking for human remains.
Yeah. Recovery at this point.
So, I mean, it's going to be a tragic ending, unfortunately. And I'm sure everyone will agree. Now, I did state that anyone that lives locally in that area, if you guys want to speak your mind, how you feel, just let me know. Once the rest of the guests get here, I won't have very many boxes, so this is a good time for somebody that wants to speak up or talk. This is a good time to do it. The Facebook page is Missing Kahleb Collins Discussion and Updates. And no, they have not found the child yet. Green Eyes, that's what I'm hoping. That is what I'm hoping. The grandfather finally spoke. That is my hope right now. Or they found a digital footprint that leads them to that location. Or leads them to believe that they know where this happened at.
Question. So the grandfather's been in jail, right? Because he can't meet his bond. So when you're in jail like that, can the cops just come and get you and bring you into questioning over and over?
Yep.
They can do that unless you lawyer up.
He has lawyered up.
He has.
I mean, because it's said on the
That's right.
the documents that the defense attorneys have requested everything from DHR. So defense attorneys would obviously, be from him. So I'm like 99% sure he has lawyered up.
Oh,
But
he
they
did,
can
because
still
his
pull.
lawyer made a statement to the news
Oh.
stating that they want all of the documents sealed, and the judge
Oh, yeah.
did sign that.
Yep, from the child services and stuff. Yep.
I mean, I guess I could understand why, especially for the CPS or DHR records, whatever it is, to be sealed. I mean, but I would like to see the affidavit of what where the bodily harm and the DEATH stuff comes in, like what was added from that, like how did they come to that conclusion?
So when they charge somebody, that specific charge ties all of that in together. If
Gotcha.
you know what I mean.
Okay. Because I know that there's a lot of rumors. There was a girl that I was talking to. She's from Caldwell Parish, and she knows Katie or Caddy, the sister of Pam. And what's being said, I guess, locally in Caldwell Parish, which is like a really small town, so there's no telling what's true and what's not, was that the grandpa said he knows that, Caleb is no longer with us, but he doesn't know anything further than that. But I'm not sure if that's true. That's just what the Caldwell Parish talk is going around.
Yes,
That
Laura,
is
that's
so
exactly
concerning.
what it is.
Which means that since September 10th, he knew that he either knew or was part of willful neglect or whatever the heck the situation was. And they're all just carrying on in this house.
Yeah, just like nothing's going on.
How the hell?
And I
I'm
mean,
sorry, but there ain't no one that can tell me. Who's Charles? He's connected to the dad, so nobody can tell me the accident was an accident. That was clearly done on purpose.
yeah,
Whether it was
There's
just
no way.
him or both of them involved, that's up for question, I think.
yeah.
Yes, that's the question.
Right.
See, when you read the news article, it states that she was hanging partially out the driver's side, and she was
Right.
sitting in the passenger side. Now,
She's
me
right.
personally, that tells me maybe she was trying to prevent this from happening,
Right.
but we can't verify that until they release anything. And with them sealing all the documents, I find it hard to believe that anybody is going to be able to get anything right now until this case is closed.
But honestly, we'll never even really truly know anyways, because if she were to wake up, she could say that whether that was the case or not. We'll never truly know.
She could simply say that she doesn't remember, and she could be lying or not be lying. I mean, she has enough of an injury to, who's to say that they can prove that she really doesn't know? I mean, if she's got brain damage,
Right.
she might
Exactly.
just plead insanity. That's what her lawyer's going to tell her.
Yep.
Any good lawyer is going to say that. I mean, it's like the perfect storm of what happened up until this accident.
She's got enough, unless there's a buildup of DV of that she can prove or something like that, then that might change everybody's mind. I don't want to rule that out. You know what I mean? So,
but I mean,
there is a lot of speculation that stating that the other child was deceased in the truck before it happened.
yeah,
oh my
That has
gosh.
not been confirmed.
yeah.
Now, you want to know the truth, though. If, in fact, that was the case, they will know when they do the autopsy.
Right.
They will 100% know that that child was deceased before
Yeah.
the accident happened. Yes, I have, KK. So let's speak about that. I'm not going to show the post because it has her name on it, but we're going to speak about that.
I'm glad you're bringing that up.
Let me speak about that because that caught my attention as well as anybody else.
Is it that one post?
Yes.
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Hang on, I'm trying to get to the post. I got so much stuff in my chat.
The ex-wife definitely seems a little unhinged.
Yes, she does.
Right. Yeah.
I think she's just very bitter, but also a little psycho too.
Okay, so this is the post from the ex-wife on April 28th, right? Are people never ever gonna learn? You should never blank over the ones who know where all the bodies are buried.
Oh, wow.
Right. And I mean, that could just be talking about a dirty closet in general. But when you get into this kind of situation, all bets are off. Everything is questioned differently now,
Yeah.
But there was another one too, Dan, where he was talking about being such a happy person or so happy about being a father. And then she commented and said something along the lines, because I can't pull it up here, something along the lines like, remember, we always lose the things we love the most.
Yep.
So I don't know, maybe she's just such a dark person like that, but that's just not normal talk behavior. I mean, I don't know.
I think she was just really so bitter because allegedly he cheated on her with an 18-year-old prior to getting with Pam, and then her hate for Pam just never ended, even though that's not who he cheated on her with, is what I was told. But like she was saying that the kid is, is a bastard kid and all these other stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
That made no sense to me. I actually was like, wait a minute, am
I
I being
know.
stupid? Like,
Well, I guess it's because he was saying that they were going to get married, and she made it very apparent that you're just going to be his fiance. You are not going to be his wife because
okay, okay,
we're
okay.
married. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I was like, what am I missing here on that one? It's like, how? Hmm. Yeah.
And there was a lot of bitterness over some dogs, is what I read. Like maybe he kept
Really?
her, yes, he kept her dogs apparently, and she was extremely upset and angry about that. That was
That's
mentioned.
fighting words right there too, though. I mean, ain't nobody taking my
Exactly.
dogs. You know what I mean? It's like
Exactly.
my kids.
Um, for Cajun honey, yes, the mother's family, I think, lives in Louisiana, Caldwell Parish. That's where all of her family lives, and I believe that's where she was from before she moved to Alabama.
Does he have other kids? Crime and Cookies had said.
Hang on.
Who said they were a DV survivor? The ex or KK? Kayla, sorry. Kayla K. Not much KF, just that they are digging again. Updates.
Yeah.
The ex. Did the ex mention that she was a DV survivor?
I did not see that anywhere, but I'm not saying it. I missed it. I didn't see it.
Oh, goodness. Something was said about the new kids having the same names as the ex kid and grandkid. Good Lord.
So Lacey, they're telling people telling you to check the group. So what is being posted in the group is being posted by somebody stating that their cousin spoke with them and they found him. So what I say to that is, until law enforcement verifies that, you cannot go by what people post in a group.
Right.
We have heard
Yeah.
that time and time again. When he is located, law enforcement will deactivate that alert.
These kind of groups can also be a double-edged sword, just like we were talking about us creators. You know what I mean? Like you kind of just have to go in with a skeptical eye. Like when I go in and peruse for updates, I'm just really kind of skeptical. I look at it from not saying that anybody's bad for what they put, but there's just going to be a lot of opinions that are also posted in there. So you just have to kind of search through and maybe even do your own research if somebody posts something.
And I know, like from earlier, they were saying how it was like raining and stuff earlier. So I'm not sure if that's affecting it either, because people said they couldn't stop and take pics. They were driving, and that it was raining pretty bad. So I mean, that's also in the mix of everything that's kind of going on right now. They probably had to stop, restart, things like that.
It looked like it was on that video that Dan showed, I think, on that guy's car, or maybe that was just haze on the window or something.
And so a lot of people, I've had a lot of people reach out and ask, well, have they used cadaver dogs? I have not personally seen anything stating that they have, but in circumstances like this, if they do believe that he is buried somewhere in that area, they are gonna pull out a cadaver dog. If you guys need to know more about cadaver dogs, let me know. I'll bring somebody in that trains them, as well as is a licensed searcher.
Wait, so were you saying that if they pretty much knew a location, they would not need a cadaver dog?
No, what I'm saying is, if they felt that they knew a roundabout area where this child was buried,
Yeah.
they could bring in a cadaver dog. Let me see if I can get her in here.
Well, that makes me think that Grandpa did say something, or they've got other kind of reasons from research. Someone was talking about the road and how he shouldn't have been going 90 because it was like really windy and stuff. I feel like Jim was on last night, and the part that he researched and mapped on it, it didn't look like that curvy. where he was speeding.
No, it really didn't. And see, that's the thing. That looked like a pretty straight road. Now,
At least in that
unfortunately,
part, you know.
right, and Google Maps doesn't update their stuff um as regularly as they should.
Mhm.
So when you go down to no, Cajun dogs are free. When you go down that road on Google Maps, Google Earth, either or, you can't find that exact location because the imagery on Google Maps is older than when this occurred.
Mm.
Now, what's up, Mary? It is different than actually driving it. Oh, hey, batch up. Or batch it up. Now, is there anybody in here? I know there's a lot of people from that group in here. Who here does not know what's going on? We lost Lacey. No. So quite a few of you don't know what's going on. So on December 8th, an accident occurred in Winfield, Alabama. Let me bring up some photos for y'all. So this is where the accident occurred. As you can see, there are no signs of this person trying to avoid the accident. You would see some sort of marking on the grass if he was trying to stop. Yes, the accident occurred in Glen Allen. You would see somebody actually trying to stop. You don't see that in a photo.
Show him where the truck was even crumpled. Like there's no brakes up until it.
And as you can see, this is where they impacted the tree at a very high rate of speed. And when you look at this truck, you can clearly tell they did not stop at all. Look right behind the tailgate of the truck. You see zero signs of them trying to stop that truck before it hit that tree. The dad was driving the truck. So after the accident, law enforcement started doing their investigation and come to find out that there's another child. So they automatically thought that child, which is Kahleb, was in that truck. No one in that vehicle was buckled, not even the child. The mom is in ICU. The dad and Kahleb's sister passed. But when law enforcement found out that Kahleb was related to them, they automatically thought that Kahleb was in the truck. So for 8 days, they were searching that area for Kahleb, and then come to find out, nobody had seen Kahleb since September. So the grandfather was charged on December 11th for failing to report a missing child. And everybody asked, well, why did Grandpa get charged with that? Grandpa was the guardian of the children. The parents lost custody of the children. This here is Grandpa. Now, the other things that we found that were rather concerning are the things that was posted on Facebook Marketplace, y'all. Take a look at this. April, that hasn't been released. We really want to know why they lost custody. Buffalo. So I'm going to say this, Buffalo. The way that they're conducting searches right now are consistent with the recovery operation. They don't conduct these types of searches if they believe the individual is still alive. Digging up property, out there in the middle of the night, digging up property right now is consistent with them conducting a recovery, which means that they're looking to recover human remains. And those remains will most likely, if they do find them, will be those of Kahleb, unless... So, Gillian, why does it say... So, this is what caught our attention. So, if you've got a almost 2-year-old child, a month and a half, 2-year-old child, why are you selling the baby's car seat? Why are you selling a set of bunk beds, but it doesn't show the bunk beds? It only shows a mattress with a child laying on that bed. Also, why are you selling a girl's toy?
My video with that got a violation, by the way.
Did it?
Yeah. I'm still appealing it, so, but yeah, I knew it was going to happen.
So, with that being said, those are all red flags. And
Actually, those two posts about the bed and the ride, though, those can really be indicative of people who are, making transactions with children,
right.
Doesn't mean that's what was happening with that one, but that's why our minds even think of it.
Yeah, we covered these cases so many times. So the only update right now is law enforcement is out on the property. The neighbor just messaged me. Let me read what she wrote.
Okay.
She said, still cooking. There are 7 or 8 cops still over there, still digging, and have it lit up.
Have it lit up.
Haven't heard an update. I don't know if they found anything or not. I did find out earlier on the 9th or 10th, Grandpa went to get a haircut, which is strange timing.
When was that?
9th or 10th.
So someone also messaged me, but I really cannot fact check it at all, and said that that the grandpa was supposedly at the site of the wreck before the cops. But and I asked them how they knew, and they said somebody that worked at the ER had told them. So I just don't know if that's true, but there has been a lot of odd behavior apparently from him about that wreck.
Yeah. He did get arrested. No, he got arrested on the 11th, Cal. So, in the arrest affidavit, it stated that, yes, they were, Tonya, that he committed the alleged crime that he's charged for, failing to report a missing child, on September 10th. All the way back in September. So with that being said, they have some sort of evidence that leads them to believe there is a grandmother. She lives in Louisiana.
They were separated, right?
Yeah, they're not together. Mandy, I don't disagree with you in the least. The fact that his attorney, his public defender, whatever he wants to call himself, made the comment that he does not want, not yet, Batch. He does not want the documents for the DC, or what is it called out there?
Yeah, I forget what it's called out there. I forget.
DHR. They didn't want the DHR report released in court. And unfortunately, the judge did sign that document. They are not going to release, they are sealing the court filings. Nobody will be able to retrieve those court filings until after this case is closed and after everybody goes through court. Hey, Chris, I see you sneaking back in. You want a box?
Crime and Cookie said that she thought the ex might have been in the chat last night.
She's welcome. I could have sworn I seen Darla in the chat last night.
Mm-hmm.
But I did message Darla on Facebook just to see if she wanted to come in and speak.
Mm.
Wendy, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah. I actually, someone said, I can't believe that, DHR didn't do any checks since September. I mean, usually they're just so, their caseloads are just crazy, guys. I mean, if they don't have a reason or somebody's not calling and giving you a reason, like once they think they've put the child somewhere that's safer, they just kind of leave it,
Oh, hang on. I just got a message from Justin. Give me 1 second, y'all. I have to check his messages.
Yeah, Wendy. Okay. I was going to tell you to check your DMs. Yep, he's on it. Uh-oh. I don't have that on. Hang on.
I told him I'm live. Maybe he'll just come in and talk.
Yeah. He was in the chat. He said, I was going to tell you to check your
Oh,
DMs, but you're already on it.
He is in here. He just said he was in here. I didn't see him.
Scroll up. He's up there in the chat. I'm in your live. He said it again.
He might be too busy to jump up in a box. We are still waiting for Abby and True Crime Mama. What's a safety plan? It's a plan that I call it Child Protective Services. It's a plan that they put in place. Even a guardian at Linden puts it in place to look for the best interests of the child. What's up, Justin?
What's up? So was what was sent to me, what I sent to you, is that legit?
It hasn't been confirmed by law enforcement, but yes, that's what people are posting. So the neighbor just messaged me on Instagram, Justin, informed me that there's 8 or 9 cop cars over there with heavy lights going on over at that property, digging up more areas in the property.
And that's been at least an hour that she's told us that. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, with the way that they're doing this investigation, these searches, like I've been telling everybody, this is what we do, and it is really consistent with a recovery operation. They're working to recover the remains of Kahleb.
So, and how do we know how they narrowed it to the property? I guess cadaver dogs.
I haven't heard nothing about cadaver dogs. Generally, they would use that, but if I'm using my personal opinion,
Yeah.
I think Grandpa talked.
Yeah, I do too.
Mm.
To prevent himself from being charged with it.
Well, I mean, if he knew about a murder though, and he probably, I don't know, maybe he'll still catch charges, or maybe he negotiated something.
Mm-hmm.
That's so sad.
Yeah,
It really is. Hang on, now neighbor just messaged me again. News people are starting to show up at the property.
Okay.
This is not looking good, y'all. Hang on.
Well, I mean, but you'd rather have an answer than no answer.
Yes. Hey, let me know if a medical examiner shows up.
So someone had messaged me and said that John Bailey, that's Grandpa, right? Yeah, he. I guess that he had down when he was in Louisiana or Caldwell Parish, I think is what it was, that he had lots of DWIs. So it would be interesting that they would, if that's true and that's the case, that they would give him custody.
See, I'm surprised that with him living with them, they gave him custody.
It had to be before they had the same address. There's no way.
Yeah.
No way.
Somebody said the grandfather has domestic battery charges.
Well, and did you see in the Facebook group there was the exchange, I guess, that was shared of text between sister and Wendy Pam Bailey? I don't know which one to call her. Where she was basically complaining, saying, you took I just want to talk to my daddy. You took him away. We have, he's got grandkids with us too. Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, he clearly left. So, I mean, he could have given them that, some sort of prior address, even the picture that you showed before that had the awning in it, and then left to go
So Justin doesn't know about that. So, you know those photos I sent you with the things he was selling on Marketplace, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you know the one with the pink Barbie car?
Yeah.
That was not taken at the property where this actually occurred. That photo was taken at a property that the family's also registered to.
Interesting.
We were able to find the same carport in the background.
Is that the property they're at right now? I guess not.
No. So that property is, hang on.
Yeah, Chastity. That's what I've been getting messages about that too.
Jasper, Alabama.
I don't know where that is, but
They moved to Winfield in March, and that neighbor said she moved in April and that she hadn't seen Caleb the entire time, but she had seen Mom come out with Riley and play, but never seen him.
So I got everybody asking for a recap. So let me go ahead and give a quick recap. So as you can see, you got Kahleb Collins on the screen. Now, tragically, none of us would know this child even existed or was missing had this accident not occurred. There was an accident that occurred on December 8th where they drove their Toyota Tacoma to what looks like they weren't even attempting to stop, slow down, or anything to that nature, just by the photos that have been released on scene. If you look,
hey, Dan,
yeah.
Nikki wants to be invited up.
Make a comment, Nikki. Bree, invite Nikki up.
How come I don't have invite powers?
Yeah, I saw your mod.
Hang on.
Dan.
I can fix that.
Yeah, I see how he thinks of me.
All right, there you go. Hi,
Hey.
Nikki.
Hey, Nikki.
Thanks for inviting me.
What are you doing with all your free time with the boys playing golf?
Watching Christmas movies.
How's the foundation doing?
It's going.
So, guys, while we got everybody in here, we're trying to get Nikki up a lot higher in followers. For those who don't know, that's Gabby Petito's mom. And we want her to be able to help her own organization that helps domestic violence victims, helps individuals that are missing. So make sure y'all give Nikki a follow.
Followed.
Everything
So,
he said.
Thanks,
what do you
guys.
think
Aw,
about
I'm
this?
getting some hearts.
If you here's the thing, if you watch even one video on the Gabby Petito case, I feel like you owe Nikki a follow.
Right.
Yes,
Oh,
100%.
you very nice to meet you.
Thank you.
We'll at least get you at least 600 follows in here for you. But
Yes,
back to what we were
Nikki was
saying,
1K.
this is the scene of the accident, y'all. And if you look, you see no sign of slowing down, no sign of stopping, no damage to the grass. You don't see nothing.
Somebody just in the chat a minute ago said that the chatter is they found somebody.
Yes. So I did message the neighbor, tell her to send me a message if crime scene shows up.
Wow.
Okay.
This here's a tree that they impacted at a very high rate of speed.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell that to me that looks like an oak tree, and oak trees are very strong, sturdy trees, and it's a pretty thick tree.
That's a hell of an impact.
And this is the damage it did to a truck. And like we were discussing earlier, if you look behind the tailgate of the truck, you don't see no tire marks. You don't see no sign of slowing down or stopping. That truck hit that tree at bare minimum 70 miles an hour.
Well,
Bare
a lot of
minimum.
people said that it was, possibly rainy and wet. And to me, that would prove even more damage to grass if there was any evidence of trying to brake, overcorrect, or anything.
Correct.
The ground was wet; it would easily have moved. It would have moved a little bit more.
Now, let me get to the grandpa. So, for those who don't know, the grandpa was charged for failing to report a missing child. Now, everybody was talking about the criminal complaint and the wordage of the criminal complaint. So, I found out we had an LAPD detective in here, and he explained the wordage of this. That this is the actual wordage of that actual charge. It's not like they have evidence to prove anything one way or another. That is the actual wordage of the actual charge. Now here's Grandpa.
Can I ask a quick stupid question because I wasn't following this today because it's very depressing. Is the mom still on life support? Or is she still alive?
She's still alive. She's in ICU.
Okay.
It is believed that she's still in a coma. Now nothing else has been released pertaining to her, whether she's alive or not.
Okay.
The last thing we know is she was still alive in a coma. Now, if you ask me, and this is, let me flip my camera. So, I really want mom to pull through because not only does anybody deserve to live, but if you read the news articles, it says that mom was partially hanging out the passenger side, right? Or, I mean, the driver's side, while she was sitting in the passenger side. Now, I've done this long enough to know that the only way that is going to happen is if she was leaned that way. Maybe possibly attempting to stop him from hitting that tree or whatnot. But for somebody to be ejected partially out the opposite side of the vehicle is not really consistent with
Right.
anything other than that.
And that was a huge revelation because when we first started last night, we were thinking maybe this was something corroborated by both of the parents. So to find out that that's how she was found, That's a huge revelation to take into consideration.
Right. And unfortunately, right now, we do know law enforcement is back at the family's property. They are out there with bright lights, digging up the property. Again, news crews are showing up out in that area. That is really pointing towards they may have found something, but until law enforcement verifies it or the news does a story on it, we won't know. Now, back to my statement about parole. And this is just my thought process, y'all. Say mom doesn't make it. And grandpa was the one that actually did everything, right? All he would have to do is blame it on mom or dad because they're not there to defend themselves. So that's my biggest concern. We need another individual that was connected to that family that knew of what happened. Because we know that grandpa, mom, and dad all lived in the house. One of them knows what happened. Whether it be all three of them, one of them, but one of them knows what happened to that child. I don't believe, and I hate saying this ahead of time, but I really don't believe he's still with us.
Yeah.
Just by the investigations that they're doing right now.
It just
So-
drives me absolutely insane that we wouldn't have even have known about him missing though if this wreck had not gone down.
Right. So grandma lives in Louisiana. Kay, I do not disagree with you at all. I do not feel either one of those children should have been put back with that family due to the abuse allegations.
Mm-hmm.
When we looked at the photos last night, it clearly looked like Caleb had a black eye.
I've got it behind me right now too.
Here, I'll put you up on the big screen so everybody can see that.
Yeah, this one just the resolution is good, so you can see it really good.
So if you look at the eye close to Caleb's sister, look at the eye. That eye looks black.
Now I do feel like even with Riley that she looks like she's got dark sunken in eyes, but I mean his are clearly, different.
Was there a history of domestic violence at the home as well?
So that hasn't been released, but there is something pertaining to abuse and so the lawyer filed a motion to request the judge to seal the court document pertaining to a DHS or I forget how they DHR report connected to child abuse. So something was obviously going on in that house. Now the Facebook
Hey,
group,
Dan.
yeah.
Sorry, just real quick. I'm going to drop off because my kid needs me to help her with something, and I didn't want to pull a Nikki, and just like leave.
Oh, how nice of you. Good night.
Later, Justin.
No, I'll still be watching though.
All right.
All right, bye.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
No, and that was Jim that pulled that last night.
Yeah, he sure did. He dropped off.
Did he do that?
Yeah, he was like, boom, gone.
Just as soon as Justin went live, Jim's like, "Oh, I gotta go."
I hate that he had to jump off because I wanted to ask him what he thought about the marketplace photos, especially I know he covered that. The case that makes me so nervous is one that he covered a long time ago too. I think it was last year about the little girl who was sold to DRUG
Yeah.
and stuff. So that was just one of many cases that we've covered like that. That's why those marketplace.
So, baby Elena, yeah, Justin just put it in the chat. So yeah, those posts really, because look at the prices.
Yeah, I think it was $250 or $275.
Mm-hmm.
Or the bunk bed didn't even show a full bunk bed.
It just showed a mattress with a child laying face down.
The child laying face down.
Yes, the cops are there digging up the backyard. So the family's last name, if you just type Kahleb Collins into Google, you will find all of the last names, or I can even do this. Here you go. That's Grandpa's last name. This is public records. This is not doxing. This is a court record.
Right.
Here, we'll even go this route. This is his mugshot.
Well, and I think what's confusing is that mom and dad both kind of went by two names. Like sometimes it's Steve Collins, sometimes Stephen Collins, sometimes it's Brad Collins. Same with mom, Wendy Bailey versus Pam Bailey. So, and as far as I know, dad had Stephen Collins Facebook accounts as well as Brad, Collins. So
Hang on, let me see what news agency.
dad has 3 accounts. Yeah,
Give me
I
a
saw that
second.
too. Yeah, I have a picture of he does, and he does too. I think his shows up better. But while he's busy, I'll put it on. So it's kind of hard to see, and some of it is cut off. I don't know if you've got a better picture, Dan, that you want to show
Yeah,
somebody
I
else.
do. Hang on.
I'm going to take it off mine because I hate to see it.
So I got to do it quick, y'all, so I don't get flagged. But this is it.
Yeah.
Aaron, I'll just show the price.
So that says $275 behind you. That's a lot for a metal bunk bed. You're not even showing the full bunk bed.
Selling a baby car seat, the baby toy down here, the alleged bunk bed.
And on that toy, she's in the picture too. Riley's in the picture.
Correct.
Why do we not have any photos of Kahleb in any Facebook, right? Like, that's wild.
So
That's one of the things people said right away was there's no pictures of the baby.
there isn't. There really isn't.
Well, he references her being Wendy or Pam being pregnant with Kahleb. And when True Crime Mama was on here, we kind of like looked at, what his age probably looked like here because she works in pediatrics, has for 15 years. And kind of looked at the date that he was probably born and stuff. So I think on the picture behind me, it looked like he was around 12 months, I think she said.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit, 15 months, something like that.
There was one Facebook post about the baby being sick or something, right? I remember
Yes.
seeing that.
The dad posted it.
On November 6th. November 6th is when he posted that. The baby hadn't been seen since September. And then November 6th, he's got a post, which we talked about last night. It almost seemed like trying to log a plan or a problem, for why he's not around or something.
Wow.
So for that question real quick, somebody asked when the posts were made. They were made 3 weeks ago.
Phew. That does make me concerned about Riley's condition before she was in that vehicle.
It really does.
It gives me the chills, like the heebie-jeebie chills, thinking about how terrifying these kids had of a life. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about how it gave us such terrible chills all last night. It's just terrible. It's so freaky. It's so creepy. Everything about it just feels so twisted. Like there's so much more to this.
So even if there was street pharmaceuticals involved and he was using the uppers instead of the downers, that would not be consistent or cause him to drive the way he was driving. The way that man was driving, He was on a mission to put an end to a lot of things. There's no doubt about that. It does make me think of Casey Anthony as well. And yes, they are digging on the property right now as we speak.
And you said there's news people there tonight?
They are on their way.
Which, I mean, could technically just be them covering another dig, but still, you know, obviously they're waiting. Like, they get word about stuff.
See, my biggest problem with the whole thing is how long would it been before we even knew this child was missing if that accident didn't happen?
Oh, it's so disturbing. Would we know? So disturbing.
I mean, even the neighbor stated she's lived there since April and never seen that child. Never. The neighbor's boyfriend's been inside the house and never seen that child.
And there was no sign of him.
They're
And
see-
go ahead.
Sorry. I think I have a delay always, and I always interrupt people, and I don't mean to. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say it seems like a consistent failure of the Child Protective Services. It's aggravating, and I don't know where all the outrage is over it. It just pisses me off.
Is the neighbor able to come on tonight? She was invited. She may not want to. She came in last night.
She said she was finishing cooking dinner. She's got to get her kids situated, then she would try to jump in.
Agree, Crystal, about the ex-wife and her comment about the bodies. I mean, she could just be a dark person with you know, a lot of I can't think of the word right now, just, you know, just being really upset about things in general. But when you pair stuff like this with words like that, you look into everything, and that's normal.
Are you done, True Crime Mama? Are you ready to come up?
Hey there.
Hey you. So, True Crime Mama, I'm sure you're monitoring that group like a hawk. But apparently law enforcement is out there. I watched a video. They are out there digging on the property now.
Yeah, there were a lot of people commenting in my live that they had found him, but then other people were saying that that had not been confirmed.
Nothing's been confirmed like that, so as far as we know.
Have y'all spoken to the neighbor again this evening?
Yes, I've been talking to her on Instagram. She verified that the cops are out there. They are back out there digging. There's 7 to 8 cops there. They have big lights.
Wow.
And Lacey asked to come up for a minute.
They have big lights in the background. I did. I sent her an invite. I didn't see her make the comment. What's up, Lacey?
No, it's fine. I just, while I have a break, I wanted to come back on for a minute. I do have a question, if just to see like the opinions of you guys. So, do you think that the wreck was due to possibly something coming out in the near future? I mean, just because of the neighbors saying like they never really had any problems, she never saw any fights, like you know, and things like that. You know, they both worked. The wife just got a promotion. It just seems odd that just all of a sudden one day you would drive 92 miles an hour and do that if something wasn't about to come out.
Well, as a DV survivor, I mean, it is definitely a really common tactic for the other person to use speed in a vehicle to scare you.
Right.
So I can see that, but 100%, that was my initial thought going into all this, was that something had happened.
Yeah.
They were responsible, and this was their way of dealing with it. And
Yeah.
it was total they, in my opinion. And I don't know.
I know people drive fast. It's just like Dan said earlier, like he was on a mission. Like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know. And my thing also is, yeah, I do partially believe that grandpa possibly talked, but just as I think you were saying last night, like any defense lawyer wouldn't he, I mean, maybe wait until mom, you know, until he knew the status.
I mean, he
Uh,
clearly is totally wanting
True
to
Crime,
protect.
hang on real quick. True Crime Mama knows she has not came in. I did send her a follow, but she hasn't came in yet. Go ahead.
No, it's fine.
No. I feel like, yeah, that was my thing, is I felt like that he was holding his mouth shut while he was waiting to see what happened with his daughter. He clearly took custody of the kids as a protection to his daughter.
Right.
Even lost touch, if that text is correct, in the Facebook group with the other daughter. You know what I mean? So it felt like a protection, like, oh, I'm not going to say anything until I know what's going on with her. That's what it seemed like.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to find out what news station. As I did text a neighbor and told her to message me as if crime scene shows up there or if the news shows back up there. Where's Jim?
It would be interesting if Darla did come out.
Agree.
Very interesting.
We don't know why the kids were taken in the first place.
Did we ever clarify if the CPS or DHR, I've never heard it called that, but CPS case was out of Louisiana, or was it out of Alabama? Is that confirmed or not?
We don't know which area it was out of. I want to think that it was out of Alabama, but we can't verify that because those documents are confidential.
Yeah.
So it's going to be near impossible to get those documents.
Yeah.
Don't know, April.
It's local. Hey, Steph. You want to join the party too?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to open more boxes as soon as EIC and Abby comes in here.
Oh, is Nikki coming?
I think True Crime Mom was messaging her. She wanted to join.
Okay.
You can kick me out. Totally
Dan,
fine.
you could kick me off. I
I'm
have
good.
to do some stuff anyway.
I'm gonna watch.
He texted me this morning and said, hey, if y'all go live tonight, I want to come in. And so I said, okay, good. Well, I found out it was starting at 6:30, so I texted her back. And I didn't hear from her. I just texted her, but she hasn't responded. And she did say that her phone goes to Do Not Disturb at like 7:30. So she may see it, she may not see it.
Okay.
Hey, you guys may have already talked about this.
We've got an update.
Oh God.
So the neighbor just messaged me. ABC 3340. Police are taping it off now.
No, God.
I had a feeling they were going to find something today.
Wow.
Yeah. And it seems like ABC 3340, that's the one that's been reporting, like, the accurate information and most updated. So around that area. Not good. That's so sad.
It is. I mean, even knowing and thinking that's what the result's going to be, for it to actually happen is always different.
Yes, it is. I mean,
there are just so many variables. There's
Hang
just
on.
everything.
Hang
Live?
on. We're going live.
Oh God.
Let me shut off my ring light. It is now officially a crime scene.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Feels.
I think Jim and I were talking about this. I don't know if it was yesterday, but what we were talking about earlier is one of the parents or somebody did something, they knew about it or whatever, and then the whole accident was deliberate and this is awful.
Crime scene. Do not cross.
Dan, I have a question for you. It was actually in one of the comments, and I was
Hang on,
thinking.
let me mute
Okay.
this.
Okay.
What were you saying?
No, I just have a quick question for you, and it was in one of the comments too. So they said that they could possibly just be putting the crime scene tape up to keep like news and stuff out, or do you think that truly means like?
So, the only reason why they put crime scene tape up is to preserve evidence, protect evidence.
Okay. That's what I thought, but
If they have reason to believe that it's a crime scene, they're going to protect it just because they're not going to be out there monitoring it the whole time.
okay.
2 cop cars left, so that they're done searching.
Steph has got it up on her thing. They're in the woods right now. Hey, I'm going to put Steph in the big box. It's easier for her to see.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So we found that burn pile that they're at right now.
On Google Maps?
Yeah.
It really is that blurry. They're zoomed in for some reason right now.
So while she's doing that, I'm going to show you guys the burn pile. Let me So it took a lot of zooming in and finagling the camera, but where is it? Oh, here. See the burn pile?
Yeah.
That's at that property. And that's right about where they are.
That's where they're looking.
All right, they're zoomed back out now.
Oh, so they're keeping someone there. Jim, with you being a first responder, they know something, don't they?
Yeah. So they're not going to give up that scene because they're treating it as a crime scene, and they're going, even if they're not actively searching, which they are, you can see the flashlights, whatever, in the background. But they're going to rope that area off, and they're going to keep somebody on scene so they always have control over that scene for evidence preservation. So they will not give that up until they know that it's 100% cleared. And they've been searching there now. What is it, about a week now? The area. I think it was last night they said that they were digging up on that property.
Yeah.
Days ago.
Yep.
So yeah, they're not going to turn that over. They're going to hold on to it, so they always have a chain of custody.
Is it looking like they are finished for tonight?
No, there's somebody still back there. Look at
Okay.
the flashlight.
Yeah.
I think I said it yesterday. You know, there's not much in this world that shocks me anymore, unfortunately. But still, like, there's some of these things that come up that it's just when it involves little children like this. They didn't ask to come into this world.
Oh my goodness. I'm getting more photos of the truck, y'all. They're coming in one right after another.
From the accident,
Yes.
it was bad. It was bad.
Oh my goodness. So, for the individual wanting a recap, there's a missing 1-year-old child in Winfield, Alabama. Nobody would have known about that missing child had an accident not occurred. So on December 8th, the mom, the dad, and Caleb's baby sister were involved in a tragic car accident to the point to where mom is in ICU. Dad and Caleb's sister are no longer with us. Judging by the crime or the accident photos, it does not show any sign of slowing down, trying to stop, trying to avoid this. And judging by the photos I just got of this, oh, wow, I'm mind blown. On December 11th, Grandpa was arrested for failing to report a missing child. In that report, it stated that he committed that alleged crime on September 10th. Now, keep in mind, he didn't get arrested until December 11th. Now, right, what you're seeing on the screen right now is law enforcement back out at that family's property. They were digging up around that property. Now they're actively walking around. It has been designated a crime scene as of now. Where is Grandma? Grandma lives in Louisiana. So, Taylor, if they bring out cadaver dogs, yes. EIC, make a comment. I know you're here. Bree, go ahead and send her an invite. There you are. So yeah, this unfortunately has turned into a crime scene over at the property. How are you doing, young lady? True Crime Mama speaks very highly about you, EIC.
Hello. EIC? What?
Hello.
I'm
Hey,
a
Nikki.
super fan.
Hello, everybody. I don't think, can you see me? I think I'm just showing, I'm trying to fix it to where my camera will show. Let's see. There I am. There I am.
Oh my gosh. Girl, I used to live in Albertville, and I know everywhere you go in Gunnersville, and that's why I'm such a huge fan, and I can't believe you're on here right now.
Surprise! Surprise! I come to talk trash about DHR. Or my experience as a mandatory reporter with the Department of Human Resources or Child Protective Custody, and how this child has been completely failed. It just amazes me that this just continues to happen over and over and over again. Caleb's case is not unusual, and it's sad, but it's not an unusual case. DHR, as a mandatory reporter myself, if I do not report something going on with a child, I will lose my license. I will go to jail. I can face all of these consequences. And it's crazy because people that work at DHR do not have to follow the same rules. I have to call them and tell them things to protect myself as a mandatory reporter. But when it actually comes to them doing their job, they do not do their job. So, and depending on who you talk to, they'll say, well, it's because, we're overworked. And I get that. I've known about DHR workers who have slept at the office with children, and I understand that. But there is no reason why this child should have been left with that grandfather.
No.
That child should have been immediately removed from that home.
Agreed.
Should have never been left in that home. There is absolutely no reason that this child should be left with that grandfather. And it's just a very, very sad situation. And now, here we are, another child gone. And I'm still really confused. Maybe y'all can answer this for me. How there's an active, I believe there's an active open DHR case, which is what we call it in the state of Alabama. They call it CPS, Child Protective Services, DHR. And this child was taken away from the parents. The grandfather was given custody. How was there no check-in over the last 3 months with this child by a caseworker?
A lot of people have said that.
Not only that, but how was he placed, or both these children placed back with the grandpa while he's living in that household?
Well, they clearly didn't know they had the same address. I can't even fathom that. They should have.
Okay, see, there's the part that comes in. Who was checking in on these children? Which tells me that someone was not doing their job, which does not surprise me, but someone was not doing their job. And again, a child has been failed, and here we are watching them search the property for a 1-year-old who's been missing for what, over 3 months?
Yep. It's disgusting. I'm sorry, but it is. It really is, because had this accident not occurred, we would never even known about this child being missing.
Yep. And does anyone know why they are searching tonight where they are? Has anyone heard any information on why they are now searching? Has someone talked?
I think they've been searching this property for a few days now. They keep coming back to it.
Something put them there tonight, though. The neighbor messaged me and told me that law enforcement swarmed the property and they started searching and digging up the property. It was all lit up, and now they just roped it off with crime scene tape.
Which, just in my opinion, makes me think that granddad probably talked.
That's what I'm thinking, too.
Because I think that he is going to try to make a case that since he asked for the 2024 DHR files to be held, his attorney asked for those files to be held, that he is going to make the case that the father was abusive, that this was the father, and he was basically abusing them all. He was, allegedly. But for the grandfather to say, I want these files held, for his attorney to say, these files need to be held.
No, but Nikki, you're absolutely right. I've been saying all along that I felt like he wasn't talking because he was waiting to see what condition his daughter was going to end up in. I felt like it was a protection mode of him not speaking. So if there's something that is evolved in that, and that would make sense that he would absolutely move into this is the dad and everything else you were saying.
I'll cut you a deal. I'll cut you a deal. If you give me this, I'll tell you this type of thing.
Like if I only get the failure to report, then I will tell you exactly what happened. I'll tell you where the child is.
Yeah.
Like more than likely, the grandfather didn't do it. He knew about it, allegedly for educational purposes only. So to find this child, they probably would make some type of deal with him, talk to us, and we'll tell us where the child is, tell us what happened, and
they're starting to talk. I don't know quite what they're saying, but I just wanted to bring up the idea that maybe because if you saw the father's post on the book face back in November, he had posted that the child was sick. Okay, so I'm feeling like they may try to use the defense that the child passed away on its own and they buried him. In that case, they would just probably get an abuse of a corpse charge or something like it.
Absolutely.
But
They were
then,
building something.
yeah, but then it makes me wonder what the police know for them to say in the complaint that the child suffered serious bodily harm or death. That means that someone committed a crime, a violent crime against this child. And that's what he's charged with, is not reporting a violent crime to the child, that what happened to the child was not reported, and that the child was taken off the property and left somewhere, or taken out of the residence and left in an unknown location, which is probably a known location to the grandfather.
And let's remember actually how long they've been working on this, because crash happened 8th, 9th, Caleb was marked as missing. The 11th, during those 8 days, they were still looking for Caleb. He's arrested. So 2 days into this search, Grandpa's arrested. So this has been going on for a while, that Grandpa,
yep,
and whatever, you know, him lawyering up and everything. Parents were absolutely building up something, though. So you weren't here last night, Nikki. We had the neighbor across the street in, and she said she had been living there since April, and she had never once seen any sign of Caleb. In fact, her boyfriend or husband had even gone into the house one time. There was no sign of Caleb. They had seen Mom outside playing with Riley sometimes, but never Caleb. So that's super. We're talking April of this year. There's just no telling.
And it's so strange to me that I just wonder why the favoritism over the children.
Right.
It seems like they favored the daughter over the son. Or maybe okay, my question is, was the daughter hers as well, or was it the father's? Because she's young. And I know
he was a dad to both, though.
Yeah,
there's a photo of her, of the two of them, and her holding the little girl when she was like a newborn.
Right.
So she's the mother to both?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I have a picture of them from his Facebook as Stephen Collins of her pregnant and them kissing. I could pull it up behind me if you guys want to see it, but yeah, then he's talking about her being pregnant. So
it's just so strange that, and it makes me think that maybe it was due to him being sickly that they favored the daughter over the child who had medical issues, possibly cognitive issues, possibly physical issues, which even makes this more disgusting to me. The fact that this child is helpless anyways, but this child was just.
But I'm even more concerned about the Facebook Marketplace posts.
I haven't seen that.
Okay, so I have pictures, and Dan, when he can put it bigger, like you have to be careful how fast we put it up there. But he's listed a metal bunk bed, and it's for $275. And pretty much the only thing you see in the picture is a mattress that looks really close to the ground, and it's got Riley sleeping in it, face down. And that's pretty much all it is. And that feels very nefarious to me. And I know that's a huge speculation, and it just is what it is, because the cases that we've covered, those are the things that come to mind.
When was this posted? When was that posted?
Dan, wasn't that 3 weeks? Yeah.
3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I mean, you can't even tell that it's a bunk bed. It's just, you just know that because of the listing. But looking at the picture, it does not look like a bunk bed. It literally looks like a mattress on the floor.
And then there's another post with her in a Hello Kitty quote unquote ride with her in it as well, for sale for $250. And from what I've heard, the prices for those items are completely off target to begin with.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I was like, a Hello Kitty ride for $250. What in the, I was like,
I mean, it's one of those big
I don't have
cars.
kids, so I don't know about Hello Kitty rides. But Wendy keeps asking about why wasn't there a monthly home inspection done by DHR? It should have been in a safety plan. And there should have been a safety plan. That's what we've been asking, and no one knows. There should have been a monthly visit. It shouldn't have taken it should not have taken 3 months for this child to be discovered missing because of this car wreck. That's what we're saying. Another failure with the Child Protective Services.
Yeah, I have to agree. This was a massive failure, not only by DHR, but the mom, the dad, the grandpa, and anybody else that knew.
And most of the time, when there's something going on with where there's, child protective services involved, there is a stipulation if custody has been taken away from parents that the parents are only supposed to have the children in their possession if it's supervised. So,
Oh wait,
What is that?
That's the car for sale. There it is. It was in the shed.
I saw it.
oh,
Wow. What were we talking about? I missed it.
That's so sad.
they moved it.
The car that is for sale, the one in your picture, we just saw it in the shed.
You did. Oh my God. And so you can even see in my box,
Yeah.
Rose even in the picture.
Oh, snap. But did you all see what I saw? I mean, did you? I can't. I'm heartbroken right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was
Chills.
definitely the car. He wasn't able to sell it.
If that's what was being sold.
You have a really good point. A really good
I
point.
hate to say it. I know people don't like hearing it, but I'm
Nope.
going to keep saying it based on the cases that we've covered.
Nope, I think
Justin was in here, and I meant to ask him about it. You know, we had all covered one about a year ago about a mama who would. I don't even want to get into it. I cried over that one so much.
So whose truck is that? Is that law enforcement or is that a family member's?
I'm just going to stipulate that that is probably law enforcement blocking the view of the front of the house. Because
Okay.
I would probably say that the house is being searched right now. That they're like combing through it. They put up crime scene tape. They're doing kind of like, I would say, allegedly, because I don't know, that they're just blocking people because so many people are interested in this that they're trying to keep as many eyes off of the house as possible right now while they do whatever they're doing and looking for whatever. Oh, somebody said that truck has been there all week, so I don't know whose truck it is. Maybe it's
So he
Grandpa's
did
truck.
roofing. Apparently, he did roofing. So
That
it's
may be
possible.
Grandpa's truck. Yeah.
Hang on, let me ask the neighbor.
Somebody's saying Grandpa doesn't have a truck. Somebody said that's Grandpa's truck.
I heard that last night too, that Grandpa didn't have a vehicle. So I don't know. I mean, all that's kind of hearsay. You know, we're just going.
Yeah. So I don't know.
So did someone see something when they showed the car? Who said that?
It showed the car in the shed when you
No, but I think somebody said that they saw something else. Was it Steph that said it?
Or just that she saw the car in the shed.
Yeah, but I'm going to go back and review before I say
Okay.
anything. Because,
Okay.
I mean, it could be my eyes. It's dark.
Yeah.
They keep zooming in and whatnot.
Okay.
You have somebody that just commented says the car is always there. She lives up the road.
so that's probably Grandpa's truck or something like that.
They say Grandpa
Man,
doesn't
didn't-
drive, but
Yeah.
Didn't we say that they had been living there since March?
Yeah, somebody did say that.
Have you guys seen Grandpa's mugshot?
Yes.
Yeah.
He looks. I was reading a post earlier where in the group where, and you guys may have already talked about this before I came on, but where it looks like one of the sisters to the mom, Wendy or Pam, she was saying that her dad was being held from her,
Yeah.
and that he was, he was sick or something of the sort. So, almost like they were alleging that he was being, forcefully, and we kind of talked about this last night, that he was being forcefully kept or, maybe taken
Or just
under,
manipulated into only helping her or something. That's
yes,
how I took it.
yes.
Yeah, Chris, Chris on Crime, before you came on, I was talking about that, saying that because the grandfather had asked that the DHR records be held, that I thought that he was probably going to say something along the lines of, I was possibly being abused too by
Right.
this lunatic man, that, that I didn't have any control. He did it. He would have killed me as well. Look what he did,
Right.
So,
I mean, if you look at Stephen Collins, that Facebook, he's got a lot of posts from 22 and then up until a little bit in 23. And then I don't know about you guys, I haven't seen anything after that. Except for that November post.
Hey, Dan, did you see that somebody in the messages here is cousins to Wendy, it looks like?
Wendy's cousin? Who's Wendy's cousin?
Kayla K, 1994.
Oh, I didn't know that, Kayla. She's been in the chat for a while. I didn't know that she was a cousin.
I'll drop out. If she wants to come up, I'll drop out.
Well, we still got Abby coming. I don't know what time she's gonna make it in here. We can change the layout. I don't know how small it would make Steph's picture.
I've shared it with Abby.
I'm going to give because I'm holding this, I'm going to give my arm a break. They're just looking at the truck right now anyway, so you can make me small or drop me down, whatever you need to do.
All right, let me change the box layout. Kayla, you can come up and speak as to what she's went through. Or KK. Because that's one part we don't know.
and I've just joined, but I really haven't heard anybody speaking negatively about the mother.
No.
It's been basically about the father.
Correct.
The only negative thing I've seen is that text between the sister and her. And really, it was just from the sister.
Yeah, Bree, you can send her an invite if she wants to come up. That's her choice.
No, there was somebody in here last night. I don't remember who it was. I feel like it was Ashley or something. And there she is right there. She said something like, maybe it was somebody else, that the couple was constantly arguing. And I don't know where that came from or why, but there was somebody that kept commenting that last night.
Now, Kay, it's up to you. You don't have to come up. The invite is extended. You don't have to turn on your camera.
Oh, silly goose. Cute.
She said yes, they argue a lot.
Okay. And Ashley had said a lot last night too, that mom worked at a landfill and had a key. So that was something that we had kind of just toyed around with last night. Clearly, they're at the house, but still.
Yeah, I'd heard that they searched at the landfill, that they had been there as well. I read that, I believe, today on one of the local news channels, that they had actually been to the landfill. I don't know exactly what for, but that law enforcement was there.
So this was a picture, I think it was True Crime Mama that was talking about it, where on his Facebook he had posted that she was pregnant with Riley.
Okay.
But Dan, the picture that I keep showing where they have the bruising, did we ever determine what house that was at?
No.
Yeah. And that's zoomed in, but he's pushing, dad is pushing whatever that little cart thing is. And I know that shed is not anywhere in that picture. Because oh yeah, we had shown the neighbor and said, "Does this look familiar? Does this look like the yard?" And she didn't recognize it.
Yes, we know that the news is live out there. I got it on my screen watching it right now.
Okay, Kayla just said that mom is not awake, and people keep saying that she is awake, but she is not awake.
Same, yeah. We'll take care of that.
What?
Someone said, "Did you help hide the body?" And she said, "Yes."
I just read that.
Who? I missed what you guys were talking about. Who? What is that about, Renee? Someone said. I'm guessing you saw a conversation about somebody asking if somebody helped hide the body. Could she survive a coma?
Yes, she can survive
It's
a
possible.
coma.
We had Cedar on last night. That was really good about talking about some of the medical things and protocol and decisions that family will normally make and how long they'll usually keep you in an induced coma if they think that you have potential, I guess, and things like that. So it is, based on what she said, it's interesting to me that they do still have her in an induced coma in ICU this long, based on what she was saying.
Michelle.
Uh-huh.
So,
Yeah,
who's Michelle? Michelle messaged her.
Nikki, did you see that picture behind me with little baby Caleb and bruising?
Yeah. That that is extremely disturbing. And I just look at that photo and I think, how do you leave a child in a situation like that? That's obviously, in my opinion, abuse. That is when a child is completely removed. That's when a child is taken to a safe space. That's when a child is yanked out and goes in with someone who can protect them.
Mm-hmm.
But sadly, I will say this: I have seen children with marks on them that have been left in the home.
Same.
That have been left in the home. Like physical marks on their bodies, on their faces, shoe prints from where they had been hit. And this is from years ago. And then reporting it and then making police reports. And then because literal shoe prints across a 5-year-old's face where the mother had slapped the 5-year-old. And they let him go home with mom that day.
That's just insane.
Yes. Yep. They let him go home with mom that day. And
well, there's different laws about corporal punishment. So if the parents can sometimes sit there and talk to somebody and make them understand that it was some sort of corporal punishment, which is somewhat of a legal level of physical, maybe USC, sometimes they get away with that.
Well, this was a shoe across the face.
Hang on, detective. So, KK said that's not a photo of Caleb. Who is that a photo of?
Because we've been under that impression since last night.
Yeah, I've been using that picture, and that's been floating around.
It was on a couple news articles.
Yeah,
with Dad.
Yep.
That's interesting. Even my friend Drac, she's got a really big following. She even used it for the same. So that's really interesting.
And somebody just said it's the GoFundMe photo as well. So.
Oh, from when he lost his job and got $20 asking for help.
Renee, you can send photos on Instagram.
I mean, really want to know if that is or isn't, you know. I mean, even news articles are using it. That's where I got it from, but that would be terrible.
So KK, the one on iDetective's photo.
With Riley and what we are thinking is Caleb in the back.
Well, while we're waiting for that, I'm gonna upload these photos to my other Facebook of the vehicle.
The cousin was referring to the shoe photo, maybe. So maybe they were referring to somebody else.
Tina Marie asked if Grandpa could be charged for allowing Riley to leave with them. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier. I don't know how it is in, other states, but in the state of Texas, whenever they take custody, remove a child from the parent's custody, they're not allowed to have, private visits with them. It's either through the courts or some sort of supervision where, whoever has the guardianship of them at that time, they can allow them whatever the court designates, 30 minutes or an hour or whatever. They can allow them visits for that long, but they have to be present, and the children are not supposed to leave that residence or wherever that guardian lives. They're not supposed to leave with the parents or the people who they were taken away from. So I'm very, surprised that I wonder how much they were doing with Riley and Caleb, if they were taking them often or if, this was just kind of a one-off thing. Because they should not have been allowed in the custody of those people by themselves if they had lost custody.
They shouldn't have. It's the same in the state of Alabama. When the parents lose custody and they give it to a relative, a lot of times it will be the grandparents or a brother and sister and an uncle. And a lot of times they get in trouble because they continue to allow the parents to see the children. Or they go behind the backs of Department of Human Services, DHR, whatever you call it, and then the kids end up getting taken away from those people and placed into foster care because they will not follow the actual safety plan to where the parent gets supervised visitation. In the beginning, they'll do it, and then they'll gradually begin to let the parents see the children without taking into consideration the safety plan, and that happens a lot. But you are right; they should not. If they were taken away and the grandfather had custody, they should not have been in the same house on the same property. And it may have been a situation to where grandfather said, "I'll take custody," and then they returned to the home. And if nobody,
he gave them a different address for sure.
yeah, and if nobody's checking in on them, which they should have been, if nobody's checking in on these children once a month, at least doing a welfare check, then nobody's going to know that the parents have the children.
Right.
So it's just
apparently someone was Dan's picture, which is also the one below Nikki, was not Caleb. And yeah, no, that's Riley as a baby.
Okay.
Just to clear that up.
Okay. And that's the photo of the truck that Missing in USA has up, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hang on, I got more.
Nikki, did
Dan,
you? No, go
that
ahead.
is a high impact accident.
I got more. Here you go.
Oh my God.
We were talking about that the mom was found partially ejected out of the driver's side. Now, last night when we started our live, we were going in with the impression that I wonder if both of these parents were in on this, whatever it was. But that seems a little indicative of something different. I mean, that kind of impact, I guess, could do something, but the mom was found in a state of partially ejected from the driver's side. It's interesting.
Yeah. And see, I agree. With them saying that the mom was partially ejected from the driver's side, like I was saying earlier, it's almost consistent. Like either she was passed out on him or she was reaching over him to try to stop him.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, what are you doing? Stop. Grabbing the steering wheel, trying to get him to, and that's just,
But a lot of people do drive. Sassy Pants said they weren't buckled, and we've talked about that too. A lot of people do drive around unbuckled, even with their children. It's sickening, but they do. I mean, a lot
yeah,
of people
It's
do.
disgusting, but it happens.
it
Yes,
happens.
I've seen it on highways.
It's gross.
I was talking with coworkers today about this case, and I said that I saw a lot of people commenting, like, I'm not saying that he didn't do this on purpose, but they were like, obviously this was on purpose because nobody was buckled in. They didn't even have the 2-year-old buckled in. And I said, obviously they've never been through a car line at a school because let's say 80% of the kids are not buckled in. You have toddlers climbing over seats. So that didn't surprise. That wasn't like a big red flag for me that nobody was wearing a safety belt or nobody was strapped in, even the 2-year-old, because I've seen it so much.
I mean, it was for me at first, but just playing devil's advocate, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I've seen it on 2-lane highways. I've seen it on major highways going high speed. I mean, like it people do it. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, Amy just said car line parents drive off with the kids still moving around all the time. I mean, it's something you see, and it happens. I've seen people holding babies in back seats of cars, like newborns not being buckled in. And we're not talking about like, oh, there's something and I have to take them out. It's an emergency. Like, no, we're just driving around with a newborn in our hand.
Yeah. So go ahead.
My wife and I pulled an 8-year-old out of a car. They were doing probably 30, 35 miles an hour. He was unbelted in the back seat. And we pulled that kid out of the car. And that kid at 8 years old is paralyzed for the rest of his life. This is years ago. And I'm looking at that car and how that chassis, that frame is folded in half at 92 miles an hour is unbelievable to me. It really is. It's terrible.
By the way, talking about the speed, if you remember, Jim looked at last night the speed of that road, which was 45 miles an hour. It was a mile from the house, and they were going 90. The neighbor had mentioned, the neighbor said that the car was on the way back. So I can't verify that for sure, but
they went one direction and they turned around and went the other direction back.
90 miles
an hour. 90 miles an hour on a wet road. And I'm looking at Steph's photo right there. That entire frame of that truck is folded in half.
Folded in.
Folded. That is.
Leading up to the truck, there it doesn't look like there's any like skid marks from trying to brake or anything. And if it was wet, I thought mom would have moved even more.
The fact that mom is even alive at this point on that accident with no seatbelt is like unbelievable. That is some high impact.
He did this all the time, guys.
Thank you.
He did this all the time, the cousin says. He did this all the time, guys. She was so scared of this.
I would be terrified. Did this all the time? Hell no.
Driving me. Oh, hell no. You would drive like that. You ain't driving me no more. No, sir.
We're not getting in the car together.
No,
We're
sir.
not. I will stay at home. Thank you. Have a good day. But I mean, if she didn't have a car, then there's again the possibility, there again in lies him having control over her and her feeling like she has no choice but to get in the car.
Yeah.
And
I have said many times before too, even as a DV survivor, that it is a tactic that people use often to try to scare you. They'll use a vehicle. You know what I mean? Like if they're trying to get you to speed up and go to really scary speeds. So there's no telling, because someone had mentioned last night that maybe they were fighting in the car and stuff. I mean, there's just no telling.
And he's also so much older than her. The age gap just tells And not saying that, younger girls are always easily manipulated, but that's a pretty decent sized age gap for her to already be two children in, and him to, I mean, if anything that anyone says in any of the comments are true, it gives
Yeah.
a good idea of what type of behavior he exhibited towards her. I just find it, I feel like he knew that he wanted to end his own whatever he had going on, but also to take your child's life and try to take the mother of your child's life it's insane. And that's just one of those things. As a DV survivor also, I can't tell you how many times it's been, well, I'll just run the truck off the road. And that is the thing that is so scary. Because even if she did try to snatch the wheel from him, there's not even any swerve marks or skid marks or anything. So he had full control either way. I mean, there's nothing on that road that shows that that she was even able to gain any sort of control. So I hope and pray she wakes up and she's able to say what happened, because if not, then it's just a mystery unless grandpa talks.
What's
Okay.
the age gap exactly? Can somebody just clear that up for me? What is his age and what was her age currently?
40 and
40 and
22.
Mm-hmm.
40 and 22, and Riley was 2. So she was pregnant at 19. And okay.
So that white truck is Brad's other truck.
Okay.
Okay. Because he did roofing. So it could have been his work truck.
And just what you ladies are talking about as survivors is what is something that is in every DV relationship? How does it start? Coercive control, power and control, and that's in every single
mind game.
relationship, and that's where it starts. And maybe as people get older, they start to see it and realize it more. As they're younger, maybe they don't see it, or they think they can, still change it, or it's not as bad as it really is. But that's where it starts, and that's where this country is really far behind many others when it comes to that, about not having statutes where you can use that effectively in court to prosecute against them, and or use it to successfully form a safe plan to get away from them. And
So, I mean, let's explore the fact that, the possibility that something happened that both parents knew of to Caleb, right? So, like, ahead of time. And so then you think of, we talked about this last night, that mom and dad are living their life. And let's say mom is a DV person. You know what I mean? Like, she's dealing with this, but she's living with this. Maybe she, how does she live with this? Maybe he's threatening the other child. This is like way out of left field. We don't know. This is all speculation, but I'm just trying to understand how they're living for possibly months with him being unalived.
her cousin's saying right here, she's been wanting out, has been saving up to get out, to get away. Yeah.
And he could be, he could hold something over her head about Caleb if they had, known that something happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, that's where Jim's organization really comes into play for domestic violence victims. The Gabby Petito Foundation. It is going to be very beneficial across the nation if it gets put in every state.
Wow.
I'm wondering, I saw earlier that, and I haven't been able to confirm it, somebody was saying that one of his ex-partners had said something about, how he was. I did look at that person's Facebook, but I haven't been able to really confirm anything, as far as a past relationship. But I always think that, what you see from the ex-partner oftentimes is true, because they don't stop, they don't get better, they just go to the next person and they exercise that control over the next person. And especially when older men target younger women and there's allegations of abuse, I always think, I always feel that there's a lot of, real reason behind that because unfortunately younger girls are easily manipulated. They don't know. They have a lot more fear
Well,
of.
I can attest to that because sadly to say, my first DV relationship was I was 18 and he was 40.
Wow.
Yeah, that was my first one.
Wow.
Okay, so somebody just asked a pretty interesting question. KK, when was the last time you ever seen Caleb?
Mm. And Kayla is a cousin, if anybody is wondering in here what we're asking. A cousin to Wendy or Pam, right? Kayla's a
He
cousin to
said
Wendy
when he was born.
when he was born. What month was that? What did we come up with that?
Did you guys say? I think someone said, was it April?
I feel like it was because there was
April, I thought it was.
yeah.
Yeah, there was a post, and I think it ended up being maybe like around April the 14th of 2023.
Right.
Kay says March, but it's either March or April.
So March of 2023 was the last Facebook post on that Stephen Collins Facebook that I saw.
She's not Kelly.
LJ, yeah, you're 100% right. And
Exactly
I just
right.
want to acknowledge something.
Yep.
So
Can I acknowledge
KK,
something?
Yeah, go Jim.
No, I
KK's
just want
more
to
than
acknowledge.
welcome to jump in.
No, I want to acknowledge Chris on Crime, True Crime Mama, and all of the people in the chat that have been coming forward and have made comments and spoke out about their past DV situations that you guys were in as survivors. You have no idea how brave that is for somebody to come forward and say that and to talk about that, especially in an open forum. I'm sorry that you have gone through those situations. I truly am. Losing a daughter to that type of a situation, but to speak up and talk about it, I do believe that your voices are powerful. And the more that you speak about it, the more you may give somebody the strength to potentially get out of one of those bad situations themselves. And thank you for sharing your stories. And maybe through these stories, we can prevent these future tragedies from ever taking place. And I truly mean that. I really do.
Yeah.
Thank you for what you
Oh, she's at the hospital. She can't come up right now. Okay. Not a problem, KK.
And we talk about domestic violence in my space all the time because I grew up in a home that my dad was extremely violent towards my mom and all 8 of his children. All of my siblings and I were, I mean, it was something that we learned. And so when I got married at a very young age, I was under the impression that that was normal. We didn't go outside of our home. We didn't talk to other people. It was what happens in this house stays in this house. So we all thought it was normal. And I can tell you, I have 3 sisters. There's 4 boys and 4 girls. All 4 of us girls got into extremely violent relationships. And when we were kids, growing up, my dad would, knock my mom around and then he would come and knock us around. But nobody ever said, hey, just so you guys know, this is not normal. That was not something that we ever even knew until I became an adult. And as a child, I had so much resentment towards my mom because I thought, please leave this man. He is harming your children, not just for yourself, but for your children. And then when I became a grown woman and I started, getting the same sort of treatment, I understood my mom. But in my quest to make sure that my kids, I had 2 daughters. So I always said, and when my mom died, my little sister, my mom and dad died in the same year. My younger sister came to live with me and she started seeing the physical abuse from my ex-husband. And so it got to a point where I said, I can't allow my sister to see this. And, on top of my kids, I finally got out of that situation, and it took me a very long time. But now I talk to young girls and guys about it all the time, because if someone had said to me, hey, this is not normal, I would have had a better idea that no, not every man, hits his wife or anything. So I never keep it a secret. I mean, some people feel like it's something to be ashamed of. And I tell girls all the time, when people say, oh my gosh, I never would have guessed, because I was a tough girl growing up, I tell them all the time, there are so many people that you walk by, your teachers, your counselors, the first lady at your church, your cousin, a lot of women that you see that you would never guess are victims. And it doesn't matter how strong or how tough you are, when you find yourself in that situation, sometimes you just don't know how to get out. You just don't know. And whether it be fear or safety or the financial security that you're afraid of losing, it all has an effect in the end. And I thank God that I was, fortunate enough to make it out of my situation, but I know people who did not. And so I try to tell everybody.
People should.
Yeah. And leaving is the time that's most dangerous. And that's why women are terrified to leave these situations. I hate when I hear, why did they not just leave? Well, it's easier said than done. It's the most
Victim
dangerous
blaming.
time for a woman to leave. That is when they're in the most danger, and you really have no protection. I mean, you can go get a restraining order and it's a piece of paper, but when someone's
Well, they
after
also
you, they're after you.
Yes.
or they'll encourage you to isolate from family so that it's even harder for you to have somebody
Yeah.
to feel like you have somebody to turn to afterwards. The whole reason I even brought up the whole DV situation with this was, and we don't know if that was the case or not, is that my exact thoughts, like, was there DV happening? Because some of us could be like, well, if she comes awake or whatever, and we find out that, she was part of DV, and yet we're thinking, well, how did you live with him for months knowing that something happened to Caleb and you didn't say anything? Your mind is traumatized indifferent when you are in a DV situation, and you are manipulated into thinking that there is nobody that's going to believe you, or that everybody is against you. And I just want to be open to that. And it may sound hard to think that about her if that's her situation, but it may be a reality.
Yeah. And maybe being told that if something happened, it was your fault and everybody's going to know it.
Yeah.
And if something happens to
You're going to go down.
your other daughter, your daughter, your other child, like, you don't know. And it's for the people saying, I didn't really see too much of it in there, but it's something you hear all the time. And you mentioned it was, well, why don't you just leave? It's 7 times on average, 7 times before a woman leaves that relationship, for so many reasons. There's so many reasons. And it's not for anybody to know. And they ask, what can I do? Well, you can't drag them out. You can't pull them out as much as you want. You can't do that. You can't give them an ultimatum, because they face ultimatums every single day of their life. And what you just need to do is to be supportive, to be there, to be a shoulder to cry on, an ear to actually listen and hear what they're saying. And when they are ready to go, you are there to help them and guide them to safety, wherever it might be, through some local resources. And where she was, she might have just felt like there was nothing. I don't
just
know
want
if
to
that's
speak on that quickly too, though, because so the first one that I was in, I was choked, and then I remember telling my mother about it. I was able to secretly tell her about it that night, and my mother was begging me to leave. I slept in the same bed. Well, I didn't sleep that entire night, thinking that he was going to do something else to me, but he had told me that if I was going to leave, he would come after my parents. And so I felt like I couldn't go anywhere. My parents knew, like, yeah, go ahead.
Can I correct you?
I'm just saying she could have that frame of mind. You know what I mean?
You weren't choked. You were strangled. That
Well, I
was
was. He
strangulation.
asked me if I wanted to die as he strangled me.
That was strangulation. But a lot of times people, they call it choking, and they're like, oh, it's just a little simple this. But then when you actually put the
Yeah.
term strangulation in there, and then you realize what that truly means and how dangerous it is, it kind of changes the whole context of it. And
But my mind was so messed up that I thought that if I left him that evening, that I was protecting my parents. And
yes,
this is all goes back to what, if this is what's going possibly happened with Wendy, what she could possibly be thinking. I thought I was protecting my parents. You know what I mean? That he was going to go after them, but I could somewhat control him if I just behaved and got through the night. And so these are just the frames of mind that, they sound wild. They sound crazy from the outside, especially if you haven't been through it. Just be like, oh,
and
just leave. You can do this.
I will tell
I'm
you the
having a
fact
guest
that
actually on. I'm having a guest actually on my show this Saturday night, Dr. Nadine Macaluso, and she is the wife of former Wolf of Wall Street, and she wrote a book called Run Like Hell, and it's about trauma bonding. She went on to become a doctor and a therapist, and this book outlines domestic violence situations and tools and the knowledge that folks can use to get out of the situation that they're in. And she's just a wonderful example that it can happen to anybody, anywhere, no matter how much money or little money you have. My mother was a DV victim of my father. I grew up a hauler. She has a different background, so to speak. So it knows no prejudice. And so I'm glad the difference in the 80s when my mom left my dad, there wasn't the internet. You couldn't Google, you couldn't read ebooks, and I bet you there wasn't one book about it down in the library. So now we have these awesome authors who are willing to share their story and their knowledge to help folks get out of this situation. It's just very heartbreaking.
I think we're all just like, I think we're all exhausted from hearing just terrible cases, just the same situations that could have been avoided continuing to happen. And
yeah,
it seems to me that, from what I can tell, that the people in charge, the ones who change the laws, that make the laws, have no desire to change the laws. Or in my experience, when I talk about child ABUSE, and protecting children, because that's where I come in. That's been my passion, is protecting children. And they had Paris Hilton at the Capitol the other day talking about institutionalized abuse, because she was sent to a school where, ABUSE, and I thought, that is an issue, but that's a very small issue compared to what we're dealing with every day in these type of situations, like Kahleb's situation, and nothing is being done to hold people accountable who should be protecting these children. The people who should have been doing monthly check-ins on the safety plan, will anything happen to them? Probably not. Nothing.
So somebody was asking about the live stream for the news. It is still on. All they're doing is pointing it at the house. They're not doing nothing. They're not talking or anything.
Family home, missing Fayette Toller.
oh, wow.
Okay.
I just want to throw out one or two little stats there. And I, detective, I just want to say that you being here today is a huge blessing. And the fact that you were strangled once by an intimate partner, that is typically not a good end result. If you are strangled even one time by an intimate partner, you are at a 750% higher chance of being unalived by that person. It's not a matter of if, but when. And that is how dangerous people who strangle are. And
Yeah,
I
that was pretty
unfortunately
extreme. I mean, he was
that is
asking me if I wanted to die as he was doing it. So
it
it
is
was pretty crazy.
it is bad. It is terrible, and it's I wish I didn't know this information, and I wish I could tell you that
I wish you didn't either.
in all 50 states it is a felony, but less than 90% of the people who are ever charged with it are actually ever convicted of a felony charge on it. The
Well, I never
majority of the
reported
time,
him either. I was
well, one, because I don't want to call it the perfect crime because I hate calling a crime perfect, but it is a perfect crime because less than 50% of the women who are strangled have an external mark on their body. They have no marks, nothing that shows. Meantime, there's all these things that can be going on underneath. You could have carotid dissections, which feeds oxygenated blood to your brain. You could have traumatic brain injuries. You could suffer a stroke. You could suffer seizure disorders. It goes on and on and on. And it could be days, weeks, months later. It might not even be right away. And if people aren't looking for certain signs and symptoms, they may miss it. And you may never have that mark on your body. So when the police show up, you have nothing. They see nothing. You're talking, you're walking, you're good. It's fine. He just put his hand on my neck. I'm good to go. And they know it. And for them, it is the ultimate power and control they can have over somebody else. And when they have spoken to people who have committed that act in the past, they have said, well, why did you choose that tactic? And it was, a lot of them have turned around and said, because I no longer had to yell and scream at them. All I had to do was to hold them, and I could whisper in their ear and make them do what I wanted. And it takes very little pressure on the neck, 4 to 8 pounds, depending on where I'm pressing, to control them completely and have complete submissive control. 4 to 8 pounds. The average male grip strength is between 75 and 95 pounds of pressure. That's how dangerous it is. And I can go on and on and on about how dangerous people who strangle are. As far as like police officers killed in the line of duty, 40% of the people who kill police officers in the line of duty have a past history of strangulation. So they are dangerous. It is bad. And that is how my daughter died. And so my whole avenue and goal in life is to educate as many people as possible. I know we have over 600 people in here. It kind of goes off of the topic of what we're talking about tonight, but it kind of does tie in if there is a DV angle, which this is kind of what it's looking at. But this is something everybody needs to know. They really do. And there's a great organization out there, Alliance for Hope. They have the Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention. This is information on that site. It is free. Everybody needs to know about. They really do. And
Well, I'll go live with you anytime, Jim, to talk about this stuff. I have a lot more details because this is not about me. I brought this up in case the mom had dealt with this, but I would be happy to talk more on lives with you about stuff. I have a lot of situations.
So,
no, I hear you.
do you know how often women who face DV file charges? Is there a statistic that you know that they file charges, but how often do they not go through with those charges?
The women? How?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, I was wondering if there was a statistic, sorry, braces, that, how many actually file charges, but in the end never go through with those charges out of fear, or they return to the spouse and then it's eventually dropped.
The number is like 70 to 80% of them recant on it. But there are states that have statutes that if the police arrive on scene and they see stuff, this is what's going on, this is the story that we're being told, and then sometime after the fact, after that incident, if the victim recants, even if they have sufficient evidence they can still continue to prosecute the abuser. And where that comes into play is like if there, especially if there was an injury or something along those lines. So it starts at the 911 call, then it goes to the police report, and then if fire and EMS responded, what their report looks like. If the victim went to the hospital after that, and there was a hospital report done, and then at some point, if all of a sudden that victim recants for any reason, which they do all the time, they're threatened, they're scared, whatever the reason might be, prosecutors can still do a successful prosecution for that person based on all of those facts that they have and all of that documentation they have along the lines. But women, they recant all the time. And there's a lot of other good classes out there. Another one through Alliance for Hope, where they actually do, it's called like jailhouse confessions or something like that. And it's after the abuser is locked up and in prison, and then their phone calls back to their victims, either trying to coerce them into recanting or threatening them to recant or whatever it is. And then the prosecutor then uses that as well as evidence to successfully prosecute them.
And I know this is off topic, but I wanted to ask you, I followed your daughter's case, and again, I'm sorry for your loss, but with Gabby, did you know about previous abuse? I don't think I've ever heard. Was your family aware this is something that she hid from the family?
She hid it.
Yeah, that's
She
normal.
100% hit it. But we look back on it now, knowing what we know now, and we were like, yeah, she was isolated. He was controlling. He had power and control over her.
The way that she cried to the cops, I knew immediately that he had already worked on her. You feel like you're crazy.
She was in crisis 100% at that moment. She was in full crisis, and he did exactly what he wanted to do on that situation. Was he looked cool, calm, and collected, and she looked out of control and like a maniac.
How it happens. That's how it happens. That's how it happens.
And that's what they do. And we look back on it. And I'll tell you as well, because I know my wife. I think Nikki's back in the chat here somewhere.
Hang on, Jim.
It ended up coming out later on.
Kayla, she said she can talk more about this tomorrow, but she has to go. Family just got some worse news. Okay, so Kayla, we're praying for you.
We are.
Yes, Kayla. Dan, my wife's back up in the chat, so you know what? If she wants to discuss it a little bit more, she's right there. She's 4 or 5 messages up.
Well, Justin,
she'll probably talk a little bit more about it.
Jim, you know I got selective reading. I only read the guys' comments.
I would rather read.
No, but Jim, you're exactly right. Like the whole reason I didn't call the cops that night was because I'm going to say it the way I was told. I was running my mouth and it was driving him crazy. And I just thought for sure that if I called the cops that they were going to just think that I was crazy and I was going to look stupid. And I don't know why. I just didn't think it was going to work out. You know, that's you're manipulated into thinking that kind of thought.
Unfortunately, most of the time that is what happens. And that's what you see in the video of Gabby is very much the dynamic of a lot
identified. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's sad. I did a video, it's in my TikTok. I did a video about a girl here in Florida who called the cops and literally she was like, "Why are you arresting me?" There was zero reason to arrest her. She did all the right things and they gave him a pamphlet for domestic violence and then arrested her. And it was just the craziest thing to me. And I just saw like a very similar thing to my daughter, but it was just, it's frustrating. It's frustrating.
I just think that we're just have to be open to that when mom comes out, I've said, oh, well, she could say anything and we don't know if it's true. But we also do have to be open to the fact that that's a possibility. There's no telling what went, especially if we want to judge and be like, well, you knew that your son was gone for so long? How did you stay? How did you do this? What is wrong with you? There's just a lot of really messed up manipulation that can go into things, and I don't know if that's what happened. I'm just saying.
That is definitely a possibility. I'm hoping that she pulls through and we get to hear her side of the story.
Yes, I agree. I'm hoping
I
that
think I
news
talked
is
over.
bad.
So they were there. Do we know if they're still there? Like, would they confirm if they had found something? Would they confirm that fast, or would they need to double check like DNA or whatever they have to do?
So what they
If they
normally
had found
do,
something,
they normally will say remains were found at such and such locations. They're waiting for the medical examiner to confirm identity.
okay. And we haven't gotten that yet.
No, and the news broadcast had just end. D-Len, yes. Jim and Nikki are Gabby Petito's family.
This is not a fun wound to open up. I did not mean to talk about this, but I kind of muted myself for a minute when I started crying. I have put that out of mind for so long, just thinking that it was a thing. It's a big thing though, and I didn't realize it until I heard you guys talking about it the way you talked about it. You know, for people to go through in general.
Yeah, it's important to talk about, and it's important for survivors to continue to tell their stories. But sorry that you had to go through that.
No, I'm sorry for you guys. I survived.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to jump off before, but has there been anything else since I got off? If they haven't said anything yet?
No, all they did is the property has now been turned into a crime scene. They taped it off. They were searching it. They were digging on the property. And now Ashley, yes, that is them.
Yes, Ashley, Nikki, and Jim.
Just reading the comments. Ashley, mom of two. Yes, I'm Gabby's mom. Jim is Gabby's bonus dad.
So
Nick,
I'm
I just
actually,
wanted to say, wanted to say that I am so sorry. I got to tell Jim, but I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm sitting here, my heart's breaking. I cannot even imagine for a split second. And I know that's so cliche to say, and everybody says that, but please know I think about, even though you don't know me, I think about you all the time, and I'm so sorry.
Thank you for that. I hope Gabby's light touches everyone's heart in some way, and so helping survivors out there. That's what we're trying to do anyway.
and for people who ask, like, do we actually get along? I'm actually on a guy's mini vacation with Gabby's dad, biological dad, in the Orlando area. So we're actually, we played golf today. He passed out. I just got back from dinner.
That was him in the picture? Okay, yeah. Okay. I saw your post.
He passed out in bed. He was tired, and we're going to play another round of golf tomorrow. So yeah, we do actually get along. So for people that were curious.
And he forgot to bring the cookies. I don't know if anybody on here heard last night on, I don't know where we were talking, but he was supposed to He baked cookies and he was supposed to give them to Jim to bring here, and he forgot them.
Actually, yeah, Joe went live before. Yeah, that was an interesting live.
Oh, he
It was
did? I
fun.
didn't see it.
Yeah, he was live. All right.
Alicia, I wish we had a handbook too.
Lacey, he baked cookies. He did not bring them. He did not bring the cookies.
Rude.
The cops are gone from the home. The newscast did end.
Yeah.
Did they report anything other than just what we saw?
No, they didn't even talk. They just had the camera running.
Okay, they were there just in case, I guess.
I didn't see any kind of, normally you would see if anything was found, like, you would see a van pull up, or, if there were any kind of remains or anything. And I didn't see that throughout the broadcast. And, and they were digging, so it makes me think that they didn't find anything.
And
Yeah,
Steph, I'd be interested in knowing if you actually did see that pink Hello Kitty car. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything, but I remember you thought you saw it.
I seen it
I'm
in the.
exporting it.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, I've screen recorded that, and so I'm exporting it, and I'm going to slow it down to make sure we saw what we saw.
It really looked like it to me.
Steph, I feel like your content is so professional. I feel like such an amateur when I watch you. I love your content as well. Nikki knows I love hers too.
Well, see, that's the same thing with EIC. I never knew who EIC was until True Crime Mama mentioned her. So today I went and checked out her platform just to see who she was and what it was about. She makes good content.
I started following Nikki about the Murdoch trial, and it gave me something to laugh at because it's so dark to report on this stuff. And it was a light. And I've taken many breaks, and TikTok has punished me for it too, but it was a light, to be able to laugh at some of the things that Nikki, sometimes she'll do some funny stuff,
Yeah, because I believe in totally dragging the perpetrators, and I do it as much as possible to support their victims, and because they are literally, as I have to use because of TikTok, trash can toilet brushes, and the worst possible individuals ever. So I use my platform to showcase the type of people that they are, who they are, what they've done to the people, and talk as much trash about them as possible. Which, and then I also yell about children not being protected. So
I've been wondering how that breakup went with you and Murdoch. I mean, for the longest time, you guys were together while he was, behind bars. I don't know. Maybe he got interested in other people, and you found out and you had to break up. I don't know.
After his shirtless photos were leaked, I knew I didn't have a chance. So I just gave up on our love and let him just, just go be with, whoever his soulmate was. And for those who, it's an inside joke that I was telling people that I was in a relationship, a prison relationship with Alec Murdoch. And I would pretend I wrote him letters, and like that was the good old days of dragging Alec for what he did.
It was funny.
Those were the good old days. But
do you know how many times I've been in your chat and I've tried to get your attention to say I'm from Albertville, and I'm such a fan of yours, and I'm just so honored that you took the time to come in here. And I just want to say that because I don't know if we'll get to speak ever again, but I just appreciate everything you do. And Detective, you're amazing. Everybody on this panel is amazing. Dan's amazing. It really takes a village to speak up for these children, and I'm just so honored to be up here with y'all.
Well,
her chats go like crazy. There's no way she's seeing everything, and she's blasting. She's going.
Because I do have the ADHD, and so if anybody says one thing about me, one thing to me, I'm here and there, and I can't keep up with the chat. It's just
getting her on live. Get her in message.
It is what it is.
Oh no, there's so many people in there. I understand, but it's kind of one of those things. You're like, maybe they'll see me one day. Maybe they'll see me one day. I'm fangirling right now.
Send me a message, and I'll see you every day.
Oh my goodness. I will then. I
Everybody.
will. I will.
So
Thank you.
EIC, I developed what is called selective reading. I only read the comments I want to read.
I get that. I get that. I get that. I get it so much. But people will come in and they will ask me, like, I'll be talking about something and then they'll say, well, what about this? Well, it'll get me completely off track and I'm over here. And so I have to take notes and I have to, like, just kind of concentrate on what I'm talking about or I'll be off in left field, you know? So, yes, yes. So I appreciate y'all letting me join tonight. A lot of times I just do lives by myself and I'm kind of shy in real life. So it feels good to be with other creators. So I really appreciate you allowing me to come up tonight. And I am happy that I was able to meet Gabby's parents and tell them how sorry I am for what they've been through, but how they've turned what I call a grave into a garden. They're doing the work instead of like I call it turning a grave into a garden, which means you could have sat down and just said the hell with it. This is what we've been dealt, and you said no, we're going to fight.
Yeah.
And I really do respect that. So I just wanted to let y'all know that. I'm going to have to get off because it's 9:30 and your girl's got to be at work in the morning because tomorrow's a party day.
Woohoo.
And
Good to see you, Nikki girl.
it's not as fun as it sounds.
Oh, thank you for the kind words too. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. And I hope everybody, good night, everybody. I hope you have a great night. And if you're on tomorrow night, I would love to join. And hopefully we will have updates about Kahleb and we can find out where he is.
Yeah, we're gonna be on again tomorrow. We're gonna continue to push this out. Now, if I do get an Amber Alert, I do have to work on that as well. But yeah, we're gonna keep this going because this 1-year-old child needs to be found.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
somebody knows where he is.
Exactly.
And it's time to speak up. So anyways, guys, it was amazing to be here tonight. I wish y'all nothing but the best. And if we get some breaking news tomorrow about this, I would love to join again. And I hope that you have a blessed day tomorrow. And
I appreciate you, girl.
And y'all have an amazing night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
I do have to say that if you guys get on a live with Nikki Steph, because I did that once, her followers are there to watch her wash the people. So if you can't keep up with it, like, because one time I'm like, my demeanor is a much calmer, and I felt so stupid because I just didn't know what to say. And her people, like, if you've been on their lives, you are there to watch her wash clean the dirt, and she can go for it. So it's funny.
Oh, she's amazing. Everybody's amazing. I just, didn't expect her to come in here. That was like, oh my gosh, and I'm so glad that she's speaking out on this case because I had spoke about this, that the Katie Ferguson case where, the mother of Katie tried to report to Alabama CPS about the children being mistreated. And they told her, and the little girl had teeth missing. She had sores on her skin that she was itching. She was dirty, hadn't been bathed in days. And they looked at her and said, well, you should see, she's fine. You should see some of the children here in Alabama. And so I'm glad that we have a voice from Alabama speaking to that effect and standing up for the children. That's awesome.
Wow. But what you said about her, that's how I feel about Justin. I was really excited that he came in earlier, Dan. I was really excited because I've been in his lives and I've been in all of him forever. You know what I mean? And I know that he just doesn't see stuff in his lives. It just goes crazy. He's got just too much. So
I'm going to let the mods be the judge because he definitely has phenomenal hair. He and I are the same age. I can't dispute it. It's beautiful. It's flowing. It's voluptuous. It's just great. But I
didn't
do
get
think
to
I got him
see
on the beard.
him, though.
I think I have him slightly on the beard.
Slightly on the beard. Well, I was just in awe to be in a live with him. I've always wanted that, so that was exciting. I was excited, but I would expect no less. I know he covers all this stuff, so.
Hey, Steph, you have a live coming up on the 21st with Dr. Nay, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
Because I got I don't know if it just went out to everybody, but I got an invite to that. Is that like a invite only thing or?
Well, no, it's a new feature, and I have totally messed it up like 3 times because I can't figure out what it wants me to do. But
It wants you to invite Jim, is what it wants you to do.
yeah.
I felt like it was like a special, I'm inviting this guy here.
See, that's what's confusing to everybody. They're messaging me and saying, why do you want me to be a guest? And I mean, no, I just mean to come and be in the room as my guest to listen to the show. But
Just
people
totally
are taking
deflated the wind out of my sails. Because I didn't want to message you and ask, so I messaged Justin. I'm like, what does this mean? Is this something? He was like, I have no idea what this means. I'm like, I rely on you for everything TikTok. And he was like, I don't know. I'm like, is this a good thing? Is she inviting me? I'm like, I put it on my calendar. There was a calendar invite with it.
Oh no,
But
I'm so sorry. I stopped sending it because it was confusing people, and I'm just going to have to send an email and try to get explanation on what the difference between that and just sending the registration link is.
So, Steph, I'm going to help you with that. I know you got a TikTok manager. And Jim, by the way, no, it wasn't because you were special. She sent it to my backups account. I'm
Wait,
kidding.
a TikTok manager? Are you for real? You got a TikTok
No, I'm
manager?
kidding. So,
Oh, okay.
Steph,
I was like,
I
you're one
have
of
learned
those.
that it's much easier to create the event and share the registration link.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of
Steph,
on to that. I'm a little new to the
I don't know
event.
how I
didn't make
stumbled on
events
Steph, but
before.
I was in love the minute I saw Steph's
Steph,
video.
Hey, let me check.
Steph, I'm seeing some comments here. You need to do a live with me.
Of course.
True Crime Mama
Anytime you
just
want to
text
come
me.
up
Hang
to the
on.
panel, anytime, yes. And what I love about this Saturday show is Dr. Nay is going to be talking exclusively and in depth about the Micah Miller case to help us maybe understand some of the things Micah went through as a domestic violence survivor. And Dr. Nay's sincere. She's genuine, down to earth. And so I'm excited that she even agreed to come back. I'm like, oh, I can't even believe you're coming back. That's so awesome.
They were actually talking about it we're in the Tampa area here, and they were talking about her on the local radio station here, 102.5 The Bone. It's an all-talk radio on FM, and they were talking about her today, and I don't remember how it came up, but they were actually saying that they were hoping they could get her on their morning show to speak to her. So, yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. Her agent actually, it's so funny because her agent reached out to me and asked if she could come on the show. And I said, what? You're asking me? I should be asking you. And so that was amazing. And now, crazy enough, her agent signed me yesterday. So now we have the same agent.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, I'm not sure
nothing
who
else.
her agent is, but the morning show, they are with Buckhold. So I don't know if that's through the same one that you're with, but that's who that morning show Mike Halt is with. Same one as Howard Stern.
Wow.
If
Maybe I need to
nothing
pass
else,
that along to her and let's say, hey, you might want to go on this radio show.
They're the number one morning show in the Tampa area, in the Florida area. Actually, it might be in all of Florida. They're pretty big. So, you could have lied to me. You could have said, "Hey, no, Jim, that was a special invite for you." But I understand. It was a mistake.
she's honest. She's honest to a fault.
I get you. That's what I want. That's what I want out out of people is honesty, except when it
Well,
relates to me. Be a little dishonest and tell me I'm great.
if nothing else, what I've gotten from this live in particular, Nikki and Jim in particular, is that I have actually a ton of DV situations, grew up with it, and then went through quite a few. And I've always kept the stuff just close to the chest because, I mean, I've been diagnosed with PTSD. It's hard to deal with. And so I typically don't talk about it. And so what I think I've gathered from this case and then you guys being on here is to share. And it's actually hard. It's bubbled up a lot of issues just talking, but I think it's actually probably really important to maybe open that side up even on my videos. I don't talk about it when there's videos like that. I'll very briefly be like, oh, as a DV survivor myself, but I won't talk about it. And it's probably really important to share more.
And it's only when you're feeling comfortable and you're ready, but it does help people. It helps other survivors going through it, other people who are still stuck in it. It's inspiring, and but it has to be something that you are ready to do. So just don't do it because you think people want to hear it, but because you're like, I'm ready and I'm going to do this.
Good point.
Maybe journaling and writing things down could be a way to start. And then as you gain more confidence and feel more comfortable with it, you kind of just keep going.
And you'll see people come out of the woodwork say, oh my gosh, I had that experience. I'm going through that right now. Oh, you've helped me so much. Like it's pretty incredible how
there's healing in that.
Yeah, and you can touch so many other people. It's kind of like a community. It builds like this community, and like it makes people feel like, oh, there is a way out because look, she did it, or so it's helpful to people.
Yeah.
Well, I was 8 years old when my mom finally said, let's get in the car and go. And I'm going to tell you, that was the best day because I didn't know what was ahead, but I knew what was behind us. And so my mother was the DV victim, but in a lot of ways, I mean, that's what I witnessed growing up. If my dad got mad at me, he would just pull out the pew and point it at me and say, I didn't get to go pick my switch. I mean, he just cut straight to the point. And so that is domestic violence, even towards children. It's not always physical. It can be mental, or, I was always scared. I didn't know if it was going to be my last day, those type of things. And so in a lot of ways, I feel like I'm also a voice for my mother who did not have a voice at the time.
You 100% are. Then you were a victim as well. And that's another reason why women don't leave, because technically, if a child is in the same home where domestic violence is going on and they are witnessing it, that is a form of child abuse. And if the mother reports it, that could be means for that child to be taken away from them until they can deem that household safe for them. And that is another reason why they don't report it. But that you are 100% a survivor of that. And telling your
my
mom's
situation
story
is different than what everybody's saying. Like I watched my mother go from one DV situation to the next, and the first one was worse than the next one, and so I knew it was bad. But I mean, they're still together today, and so part of it just felt so normal, So my conversations about these things are actually going to be a lot different. They weren't. The children, none of us children had to be subjected to it. It was just watching the parent. And then, I think I'm the only child out of 4, I'm the oldest, who subjected myself to relationships like that too. So mine, I don't know, mine feels different than what everybody else is saying, but it's still very real in its own way.
Oh, it is.
So it's probably a good thing to share. And again, the only reason I even brought all this up was in case that's even a factor in this specific case,
And in this case, judging by some of the people in the chat who are family, it might be very, very realistic to what was
Because it
going
doesn't
on.
always have to be like a GUN pointed at you. It can just be a ton of manipulation, and then here and there you're getting kicked down the stairs or hit with a broom, and that doesn't happen all the time. You know what I mean? So, and that's how you grew up seeing it not happen all the time. So it just feels like a normal thing. You know, I mean, so and the mental manipulation to me is more of the AVUSC than anything else that people work on. And I think that's what I feel so strongly about the possibility of this case.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, well, there's clearly abuse because there's record of abuse, but who knows? We just don't know. So I'm very curious to hear how it all plays out, because it's interesting to see like why I said this before, but I get so frustrated with child protective services and like their lack of understanding abuse in the home and thinking it's better for kids to be with their parents. It's not the case, because these kids are dying. I mean, we had, obviously Harmony Montgomery, and then we have Oakley Carlson, and who knows? Like, we have so many kids, and
But on the other end too, there's other situations where kids get ripped out of the homes, and maybe they shouldn't have been, but they were, and so you hear that, and then another part of it is they're underfunded, understaffed. Their caseloads are tremendous. So there's
that's
always and that's a real thing. So there's always so much going on, and I think it really varies from location to location. And that's one thing we noticed, with Gabby's case being, across the country is, what we are used to for what law enforcement has for resources. Where we were from in New York, there's a tremendous amount of resources. They had tons of police officers and detectives and specialists. You go to other places in the country, they don't have that. You go to other places in the country, they don't have an office of 100 people, 200 people to investigate
definitely
these
not.
things.
And there's a
They
lot
might
of
have-
technicalities. Just
Yeah,
speaking
and
from the Carolinas, like you gotta hit the technicalities the right way and report the right way, or it means nothing, and they can't do anything.
And it's hard, and sometimes they try to do the best they can, but there might only be 5 people in that entire office for an entire county of, 500,000 people or whatever it is, and I'm not making excuses for anything, but there's always a lot of things that you have to take into account.
Mm-hmm.
But
There's
at this
Like
point,
Julia just said that in the chat.
we're a very small county. We do not have the resources for these types of situations. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's the reality of it. It really is. And that comes up often with missing persons. It's like, well, how come this doesn't get the same amount of attention as this or that? Well, the cop taking the missing persons report is the homicide detective, the bank robbing, major.
oh, Jim, we lost him because he's probably outside and he probably has a crappy signal.
Did you lose me?
There you
Yeah,
go.
there you are.
Lost you for a
Yeah.
bit.
No, my phone's dying. But yeah, they just don't have the resources.
Yeah, and for
Suck.
most of you guys that don't know, we do overwork Jim, but we do it to give Nikki some peace and quiet so she can watch her movie.
It's nice. I get to go watch my Netflix shows at night, and he's in there doing the lives, and I'm like, oh, I don't have to watch football tonight. He's in there.
Well, I'm away. I'm in Orlando right now, so.
Yeah. Why don't you use the hotel Wi-Fi so you don't?
Because Joe is passed out sleeping in the room, and I didn't want to wake him.
So go
jump
sit
on the
home.
bed.
Jump on the bed. I could probably head up there.
Yeah.
You need a portable charger. I have a portable charger.
Tammy, that
Doing
kind
the
of
Lord's work, Nikki. Lacey, I thought you were my friend, Lacey, not Nikki's.
Lacey's a traitor. You'll notice that.
I don't want to speak ill of her because she's been a pretty good supporter of mine. I am both. You can't be both. You got to choose.
So, Christian, we'll be on here for a little while longer, but we'll be live again tomorrow around 6:30 Central. Unless something breaks during the daytime, then we'll be back on.
Yeah, they're keeping this really quiet.
Yeah.
It's surprising.
There's a reason why they're keeping it quiet. They
They
know
have
what
to.
they have some sort of information.
I went back and looked at that video, and it's very dark and it's hard to see. I don't see the car.
It's in the
I
door.
see boxes. I'll text this to you. Maybe you can see. But what I saw in the door. Okay, maybe that's it. Hold on. Let me text this to you, Dana. Maybe you can tell me. I see a rocking chair for sure. Let me send it.
And remember, these Facebook Marketplace posts were 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. All right. So for those who are new in here and don't know what's going on, so this here is Kahleb Collins. Unfortunately, nobody would have known this young boy would be missing if it wasn't for this car accident that tragically took the life of the father and Caleb's sister and put the mother in ICU. With all of that being said, the grandfather was arrested for failing to report the child missing, and he allegedly committed that crime on September 10th of this year. He was arrested December 11th of this year. Now, we've had family in the chat speaking about the possibility of domestic violence being involved. We do have photos of the vehicle, the accident scene, and everything like that. And in my personal opinion, it does not look like he tried to stop. No way, no how. The odd part is the mom was partially ejected from the driver's side window. That just came out differently in a story that just came out. Which,
Right.
yes, the house had been surrounded. They roped it off with crime scene tape. They still have it roped off with crime scene tape. They were digging up the property again tonight. So obviously something took place to put them back on that property, to make them start digging some more, to make them rope it off as a crime scene. Either Grandpa spoke or they found a digital footprint that led them to that location again. But as of right now, the last time Kahleb was seen is September of this year, possibly even before that. I spoke with the neighbor. She's the one that's been sending me the information about what's going on the property. The truck that everybody's seen, the white truck that was in the driveway, that is also Brad's truck.
Yeah, Jerry, there's possibilities.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just been. Oh, and court documents have been approved to be sealed by the judge. So, unfortunately, until this case is closed, I don't think we're going to see another court document. I don't even think we'll be able to get the accident report. What's up, Amy? Now, we do know that there was obviously abuse to the children in that household. because the lawyer did file a motion to seal those documents to prevent the DHR report to be released. Okay, so sealed means they're not viewable for public access. You won't be able to get if they ordered it to be sealed. There's no access to them. You can
You see,
file as many FOIA requests as you want. They'll constantly be denied.
SLM says ABC 3340 just gave a short update and said they would have more updates on the news at 10.
At 10. So we got 8 minutes, y'all. So that's 3340.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got my mods posting all these links in my chat. Only thing is they type everything after that, so now I gotta scroll all the way up to find the links again.
You can, if you need an extra mod, I'm always here to help. You can, I can help watch the chat when I'm not speaking.
Oh, now they're in the chat talking smack. So we didn't see this live from the beginning. Oh wow. So at the beginning they made them turn the camera around. All right, so all right, now I gotta scroll all the way back down to get the link that they just sent me. Oh, so it's just a chat for everybody involved with my team. Okay.
Is this news station live online? I know it's not on right now, but I don't know if they go. Like, am I gonna be able to I'm on the website. I don't know if they have a live.
Okay, yeah. So Nikki, you see the logo where it says live?
Yeah.
Just touch that. So no, our chat that we put all of our information pertaining to all of our cases is private and confidential. We don't release any of that stuff to the public unless it's been already released by the public or to the public. Yeah, that's the you're starting it from the beginning, Steph?
Oh, no, this is just a photo that they had posted.
Oh,
And
okay.
just in case anybody missed the video, just to kind of give a visual of what we saw in the video. They posted quite a few pictures just a while ago.
Right. So Wendy, how do you keep up with me? So if you're following me, just turn on your notifications to all. That's how you keep up with it.
Somebody said they live in Alabama near the area and they haven't heard of this.
That doesn't. I mean, that kind of does surprise me because even USA Today is covering this. So
Yeah, I mean that does happen often, but I feel like this case in particular, it's even on social. It's like even if you don't watch TV, it's all over social media. It's weird.
So, Wendy, the only way to get updated if I'm live is you would have to follow and turn your notifications on. That would be the only way. Either that or keep searching my name.
They ask how to follow you, so they just have to click your name on the top, right? And then
Yes.
okay, then hit follow.
Miranda, it is fishy. There's a lot of things that just aren't adding up, but a lot of things are adding up. So I'm eager to see where this goes. I'm eager to see what gets found on that property. I do have a bad feeling we're going to be dealing with a tragic end, but with that being said, the family can, if Kahleb is no longer with us, at least the family will be able to lay Kahleb to rest properly. Me too, Jim. Me too. They've already had the funeral for Caleb's sister. Yes, the cousin did say that she had to go because they got terrible news. We don't know what that news is. I'm hoping and praying that everyone's still alive. Zach, if they find the baby, the first thing you will notice is the alert will be deactivated. The second thing you'll notice is they will do a press conference stating that they did find human remains, and if they are of a small child, they will state that. But they will also state that they will have to send the remains to a medical examiner for positive identification. And I'll tell you, it's not fun finding human remains, y'all. It's something that sticks in your head. And when it comes to children, that resonates with you forever. I get asked all the time, how do you do it? How do you keep... Yes, Jim. Exactly. How do you keep doing it? How do you keep sanity? I'll tell you. Justin will tell you. Steph will tell you. Jim, Nikki, iDetective. Anytime you're dealing with a child's case, it's gonna hit hard. Always. The first case I ever posted on TikTok was Athena Brownfield. She went missing here out of Oklahoma, right? The people that were watching her, the Guardians, unalived her and disposed of her on their property. That story is what brought me to TikTok to help put an end to this problem with children being missing, children being hurt. At first, it was about just making videos. And then Danny Miner, the crime solver, we talked on the phone and he told me he actually convinced me to start using the live stream. So once I started going live, you guys really couldn't get me off of the live stream. We would go live for hours upon hours, making sure these children's cases are as far as possible out into the public.
That is true. Ever since you started going live, there's no getting you off of it.
Hang on.
They're on right now.
I'm getting tagged. Breaking news.
Oh God.
Yeah.
County, Austin Pratt, ABC 3340 News.
And the search for one-year-old Kahleb Collins has started after a crash involving the family on December 8th. The crash shows Stephen Collins, Caleb's father, was going more than 90 miles an hour on a wet, curvy road when he went off the road and hit a tree. He died in that crash along with Caleb's 2-year-old sister. The mother is in the hospital recovering from the crash. Now it's believed Kahleb disappeared 3 months before the crash.
Caleb's grandfather, John Bailey, is accused of failing
Doesn't
to
seem like
report
they have
his
any new
grandson.
information.
He's being held
No, it seems like the same thing.
on. His attorney had no comment. Here's up to date on the latest developments on this story and others making headlines.
Yeah, nothing.
Yep, it's the same thing.
So could that mean that they didn't find anything on that property?
That just means they gave up for tonight and they will resume tomorrow morning.
Right.
So, and I'll explain that. So anytime searches are conducted, it will come to a point where they will have to call off the search due to safety concerns and resume it when daylight starts.
I mean, it could mean a number of things, right? They could have found something, but they need to look a little further.
Mm-hmm.
And they just can't say yet what they found.
Exactly. Now, the only thing that none of us have seen yet is crime scene showing up out there. Or, I mean, yeah, CSI.
CSI or the medical examiner, yeah, whatever. Yeah.
So the family has been concerned about Caleb. Just the parents and the grandfather refused to contact them, answer their calls, anything to that nature.
Sasha, no, there's no update as of right now. The police are still there, but they didn't say anything yet.
So Miranda, DHR was investigating. They've already been investigating. So that's not the family's fault. That is Department of Human Resources or whatever they call it out there. Not properly doing their job, doing their constant checkups. And that's a massive problem nationwide. It's not just in that area. Any child protective service, anytime they get a tip, they are supposed to investigate all of that and continue to investigate it until there's no proof of any wrongdoing. They can't just go there one visit and say, oh, everything's fine, and then walk away. They need to continue to monitor the situation, especially if there's signs of abuse. Yes, the police have left, Ashley. It's still taped, but they will keep an officer or two around that area just to preserve the crime scene. They will switch them out.
Oh, this is terrible.
You got two sheriffs that live 2 minutes away. So what exactly happened? We've got a missing 1-year-old, and nobody knew this child was missing since September, other than the people that the child lived with. And the only reason why they found that out is because there was an accident. The mom, the dad, and Caleb's sister were in a tragic vehicle accident. And I mean bad. It doesn't even look like the person tried to prevent the accident himself.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it was done purposefully.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the mother is the only one that survived, but she's on life support.
Yep. I mean, Brooke, are you new in here? Are you 18? Because I don't want to show this photo if you're not 18. This is what the vehicle looked like after the accident.
You won't know the details, right? Like the speed and stuff. Did they did it?
92 miles an hour.
Okay, they did release that.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, so that's barely an accident.
92 in a 45.
And yes, there was another baby. How old was that one? 2 years old?
2 years old.
That passed in the accident, as well as the father.
Nick, did you see pictures of the car?
Yeah, I just showed it.
Yeah, it's bad.
So I'm gonna. This popped up in my head. Okay, and I don't know why it popped up in my head. Things just pop up in my head. Mom survived for a reason.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very likely.
Hey, if you guys want to keep answering questions, I'm gonna tuck the little one in.
You go do that. You know, for a while I was saying Grandpa's not going to talk until he finds out if Mom is going to survive, because I just feel like he's a protector. I'm just getting that vibe from him. That's why he took custody of those kids.
Yeah.
Which in between two sisters, and I was like, this is, you know, him protecting her. Well, I just had the thought too that, you know, she's been in this induced coma for a while. Well, what if he's gotten word that she's going to come out and he's talking? You know, like maybe he's going to take the blame, like some of these things that we've talked about, you know? Yeah, it's crazy. There's so many different theories ways it could go.
Oh, yeah.
It's
We
I
got
don't think we'll ever know the full truth from anybody, but I'm hoping that she survives, so at least we can hear some possible answers. That's just, who knows? And if she can even talk when she comes out, what her condition's really going to be like. Right. Let's see, how could him custody of children with a mother and daughter? So, Spicy Mama, I don't know. I don't know that part of the story. Were they living in the house with the grandfather and the kids? Yeah. So Grandpa was living in the home with them,
So clearly, in order for him to have gotten custody, though, he had to have shared a different address at the time. But
Wow.
then I think he moved there from Louisiana, and I think that's one of the reasons why the sister had sent that text. That's in the Facebook group in public, like, he's my daddy too, and he's got other grandkids too. You're taking him from me. So he was clearly very involved with being protective and helping her.
Yeah, that's wow.
I'm just still so disturbed at the fact that, like, if this wreck hadn't happened, like, what would ever, if anything, have come out about Kahleb?
Right. Like, how long would it have been?
I mean, there was clearly some sort of DHR case, so it would eventually, maybe would think. I don't know. I just don't even know.
So my thing is, I honestly don't think we would have ever known had the accident never happened.
Well, because there was a DHR case, at some point, something would have had to, like, come up again. There's even, like, a renewal, I think. I don't know. I have no idea about Alabama. I don't know. So
we also got to remember, the other side of the family was told that Kahleb was with family friends, and the family friends were told that Kahleb was with the
family.
Family.
Yeah. So there was just this whole thing back and forth, which is why I was so against both of the parents to begin with. But I've just, like we've talked about with DV, I am just open to situations. Just don't know.
And see, we speak about this all the time. I honestly believe that when it comes to children of this age, or even, we'll say, 11 and younger, when anything happens and a child at that age goes missing, there needs to be an alert that goes out to everybody's devices.
Pissy said he is not Pam's biological father. I'd like to know more details and facts behind that, if that's the truth. Interesting.
So that's weird. So when I run his name, she shows up in his family tree.
Right. Is that something that you can appoint, though? Like on those other genealogy things, like you can appoint, like, who you claim as this, and this, and you can label them?
No, so this program that I use, it connects anybody that is been listed as your family member anywhere on any regular document, court document, arrest report.
The state records that are labeling you as this and that.
Right.
Yeah. Crime and Cookies asked to come up.
I don't know who Crime and Cookies is.
Who is it? Shut up.
Who's Crime and Cookies?
Hold on a second.
He knows. He's got to be.
I'm like, I don't know Crime and Cookies.
I've seen him do this to other ones. That's why I'm laughing. I'm like, this can't be real.
Oh, I drive my mods crazy, y'all.
I'm like, I've seen him do this to other people. I'm like, there's no way. This can't be right.
Listen.
Don't start, Dan. See?
They call me a slave driver.
They do. They were doing
which
it
I
last night.
am.
Kept him on until, like, what, 2 or 3? And he wanted to get back on at 8:30 this morning. And they said, you're not going to be here.
Oh, ma'am. So, detective said something about maybe Dad found out news about Mom.
About Mom's status.
Yeah, what that one girl said that she was the cousin or the niece or whatever. She said they just got worse news. So I wonder if Dad found out that she's not going to make it.
Oh, and he's spilling some stuff.
Yep.
Either that or Mom took a turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. That maybe mom took a turn and he found out and he's spilling.
That's what I'm wondering, because that would kind of make sense. Because now he doesn't have to protect her anymore.
Pissy, where are you family? Are you friend? Pissy says Stephen is still legally married to another woman. Is that Darla?
He is. He's married to Carla.
Okay, so he's still married to the Darla lady.
Or Darla, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
Darla.
Okay. Public records, gotcha. I'm just wondering, and I don't mean it in any way, I'm just asking. This is unalived? Are you talking about Riley? Dad and Riley have passed.
So, my thing is, though, if they would have found Caleb, who did we just lose? Oh, Steph. That would have been, if they would have released it already, that would have been front page news. So, I'm still leaning towards something to do with mom. Because she said she had to go be with the family right now.
Does it feel like Alabama's trying not to really say a lot, though? Is that just me?
That's how they are.
Okay, all right.
So, I've had a lot of run-ins with them. I've had good experiences speaking with their law enforcement agencies when it comes to our cases that we get out of there. But I've also had bad experiences.
I know here where I'm at in the Carolinas, they be telling everything all the time. They're looking for news.
See,
I wish they would tell us something.
What leads me to think that we're not going to hear very much out of this is once that judge signed that document saying that they're sealing the case,
Yep.
I'm going to stay quiet. Yes, the cousin is at the hospital.
Is she there because she works there or because she's there to be with mom?
With her mom.
With the mom. Okay.
With the mom.
Remember Kentucky. Which one are you talking about in Kentucky? Because I wonder if it's one that I dealt with, which was really freaky.
Well, see, we've had quite a few cases out of Kentucky, and some of their agencies are really rude. Yes, there is a gag order in place.
Well, there was one I covered in Kentucky about Amber. I can't remember her last name right now. Where the dentist, she ended up being unalived in his home. I think he helped cover up, and his son may have done it or something, allegedly. I don't know. It's still in trial. And I ended up having to back out of that. There's so much crazy stuff. I mean, people were trying to find out where I lived that were associated with them and the mayor in the next county. I mean, that was that led to one of my breaks that I took. Like they were nuts. So much cover up over there.
Well, see, technically it's not a gag order, so what it is any document pertaining to this case is sealed, which means it cannot be obtained through a FOIA request. It's not going to prevent the family from talking. It's just going to prevent any court documents from being released. Brittany's not in here.
It's an active investigation, so they're not going to release anything.
You know what? That is an odd thought. Mom of Wendy / Pam. She at the hospital. I haven't heard anything of her. She not at the hospital with her daughter after finding out about this, and the sister too. Just interesting.
Are you talking about Wendy's mom?
No, sorry. So just plain old Mandy had said, well, and I don't know who she responded to, but she said, really, she alive and not at the hospital with her daughter? And that just made me think about, like, okay, we know about dad of Wendy / Pam. So like, why? Like, is the mom there?
I mean, she may be there.
Yeah.
We just don't know, unfortunately. Yes, they did that funeral without mom, but they really had no choice. So they can only hold a
Amber Spradlin. Thank you, Tanya.
they can only hold a body for so long before they have to um, bury it.
Did they not do an autopsy on her?
They did do an autopsy. There is no doubt in my mind they performed an autopsy.
Yeah. I thought autopsies took a while.
No,
Like
the
over.
autopsy is quick. The results are what takes forever.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I just really hope that they are tracking like digital footprints, like we had talked about, and I mean, I don't know, at least that in particular.
With Alabama law enforcement agency involved, I would be extremely surprised if they did not track digital footprints.
Right. Okay.
I'm gonna hop off, everyone. You all have a good night. I gotta go to bed.
Good night,
Talking
Nikki.
to you. I'll be off soon too.
All right.
Nikki, which side of the bed are you sleeping on tonight? Mine or yours?
Doesn't
When
really
my
matter.
when my husband works nights, I literally sprawl the whole bed.
I love
take
it.
full
I want to know also how many dogs are in the bed, and is the cat in the bed too?
You know,
How
it's
many
only
dogs?
gonna be one dog.
How many dogs do you have? Oh, you only have one? Okay.
We have 2 dogs, but one's allowed in the bed. The other one's she's too hairy, and it's just really bad, so she's not allowed in the bed.
I feel you with that. Got one like that too. Your side, but she's on the pillow. Tracy said.
I have been out of the firehouse for almost 3 years now, and I think Nikki hates every night of it because every third night she had the bed to herself.
I mean, we got to say, while it's hard, it is kind of, it's kind of nice at the same time.
It was pretty nice. I miss those days.
Yeah.
When I retired and I'm home and we're sitting there and she's watching TV, I'm like, "What are you watching?" She's like, "A show." "What show is it?" "She just blah blah blah." "Oh, what is this about?" "It's about this." "Oh, what are they talking about? Who's this? Who's that?" She's like, "Are you going to talk about this all night? Can I just watch this, or are you going to keep asking questions? Because I'll watch in the rorom." I'm like,
I
I'll
have
stop.
specific shows that I would watch when my husband works nights, so I get it. Like, leave me alone.
Yeah. What did we watch together that was really good?
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso. That was the best
Ted
one.
Lasso was great. We watch a lot of stuff, but yeah.
All right. Well, everybody have a great night. Well, I mean, as great as it can be.
Good talking to you, Nikki.
Yeah. Kiss your kids. Love your family. Tomorrow's never promised. So hope to hear from you soon. Good night, guys.
Good night, Nikki.
Good night, Nikki. I love you.
I have an 18 and a 15-year-old, and things like this are like some of my worst fears, knowing that they're about to be in the real world when they know everything and they don't want to listen to you, and they're about to do their own things. From 17 to 18 for my oldest, I'm not lying. There have been so many nights where I wake up in the middle of the night in a panic thinking, have I taught her everything? Have I taught her every way to be safe? Have I taught her everything to look at? Have I taught her everything to look against? Like, I don't know if that feeling stops, especially covering true crime.
It doesn't stop, and I'll tell you, like for me, for my trauma self,
Yeah.
going through what I went through, and I don't want to get into like a whole discussion about anything, but typically growing up, like a gender role type thing is as a man, you're a protector.
Mhm.
You protect your family, protect your wife, protect your kids. You're a hunter. You're a gatherer. Like these things are ingrained in you one way or another, and your only goal as a father, you know, the mother's the nurturer, the raiser, the educator, and all this other stuff. But as a father, that number one thing is to protect, and you hope you get them to a point where they get to that age where they can go off on their own. And even though, like in our instance, Gabby was an adult, she died, and somebody took her life. And you look at that and you say, did I teach her everything? Did I protect her? Did I not do? Where did I fail? But at some point, you have to realize, like, they become their own person, and you can get them to a certain point, and sometimes things happen, and you can't always control it. And it's a tough thing. It's something I battle with all the time. And I have two other daughters. You know, Nikki and I have two other daughters, and we have a son. And you better believe that's still
Yeah.
deeply ingrained in me. But
Fear unlocked even harder.
you can't always control stuff when you're not there. Like, things are going to happen. You just hope that they have the right sense, the right tools in place to be able to navigate it.
I mean, I know my parents did the best that they could, and I still put myself in very dangerous situations as a youngin'. You know what I mean? And I'm just so lucky by the grace of God that I lived through certain situations, whether it was self-induced, whether it was somebody else. Like, it really is just that. You just do the best you can, and you hope and you pray that everything works out on all the ends. That's the scariest thing.
Yeah. Tanya, I see in there. I know it's not your fault, but as a parent, it's always there. You know, and I know that they were talking earlier. Dan was mentioning earlier, especially with kids, when you get these cases and you respond on these things and you come across it, and how these things kind of affect you. And there's been plenty of calls in my life where I've come across a lot of bad things that I buried down for a really, really long time, because you have to handle it, you have to do it, and you have to move on so you can help the next person. And I thought every single one of those things, every single one of them, had prepared me for when we got the phone call that, yeah, Gabby's missing. We don't know where she is. And I said, you know what? I'm going to find her. This is what I do. This is what I do. I'm a search and rescue guy. I'm going to go find her. I'm going to find our daughter. I'm going to bring her home. There is nothing that I'm going to come across that I have not seen until September 19th, when I had to identify my daughter's body.
Mary, there are no current updates right now, other than they did tape off the family's home with crime scene tape. They were out there digging, but other than that, there has been no updates.
It was an airplane that just went over my house. That just reminded me that I was all about drones until this case came about.
Yeah, I know,
Have
right?
you seen some of the stories? Have you gone to the NRC website?
Honestly, since yesterday afternoon, I have not. I was like stuck on drones, and then I haven't been able to think about anything else with this case. So I've just heard like some news stuff about it.
It's crazy because I have ADHD, so I'm like all over the place with these things. But
I hyperfixate real bad.
and I'm not often right, but there's been a few things, and like Justin is probably one of my best friends when it comes to like this stuff. And we're talking about the whole Luigi thing, and I had a whole theory like weeks ago, like when this first came out, once they caught him and like what they're gonna do. It came true. And then I had a
Well,
whole
tell. You can't say that and not tell.
Oh, so I said probably as soon like when they were looking for him and they like found him, I said they're going to charge him with domestic terrorism. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if the feds jump on board. But I said you got to see the way this goes. But I'm like 100% they are going to charge him with domestic terrorism. And he's like, what do you mean? And I go, boom, this is where they're going to go with it. I go, that's the only way they're going to get a murder one charge on him, because this is what you need for murder one in New York State.
Yeah, it is
But
the only way to do murder one. Yeah.
it's the only way, but it's also been tried unsuccessfully multiple times. And I
Because I
said
thought they had told murder too because of that.
they were, and they still have the murder two on the table for him. But they went to a murder one with the domestic terrorism charges, which it's not going to be hard to prove. And my question is, how much of an example do they want to make out of this kid? Because if they want to make a big example out of him, then they're going to, the feds are going to get involved, and they're going to put federal charges on him as well. And if he's found guilty, he's going to go to Guantanamo Bay or Leavenworth. And he was like, I was like, he's going to end up in the same place as Diddy is, like very shortly. And well, he's not there yet, but there's a chance. And then my other thing was with the drones was they're looking for something. If I had to guess, it's going to be a dirty bomb or a chemical bomb or chemical or biological. And they finally released in the beginning of December sometime some nuclear waste went missing out of a facility in New Jersey.
Okay, that's the missing link for me. I kept saying this something is up with New Jersey and why this feels like it originated in New Jersey and impacted it the most. I knew there was something up with it. And all I could come up with was Picatinny Arsenal, who said they had nothing to do with it.
So the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, they track all hazardous nuclear stuff from power plants, whatever, medical stuff. And in the beginning of the month, some stuff went missing out of a place in New Jersey. It's not like crazy. So like if you were exposed to it, it would be like double the amount of radiation you would get from the sun in a single year. So it's not a lot, but there's been other places throughout the country this year and last year where some other medical type waste or other lower level stuff has gone missing, where you can take that stuff together and you can combine it to a dirty bomb, go into a place like Philly, New York, Washington, D.C., and set it off. And it's not going to be like, oh my God, it's a nuclear bomb, but it's going to cause mass hysteria. And that's exactly what terrorists want to do.
Hey, we got a chemical, biological, radio. I ain't even going to pronounce all that, but there you go. It's in the chat.
Biological, radiology, nuclear specialist here. I worked at a facility run by the Department of Energy we had 3 defunct nuclear reactors. And I'll tell you, out of chemical, biological, or radiological, nuclear type stuff, chemical and biological probably scare me the worst, more than biological.
Oh, yeah. This is probably not factual at all, but I do remember seeing this one video, and I don't remember if it was YouTube or TikTok, of somebody showing like this, almost like not a radar, but it was like almost like a temperature image of some states and how it was actually the Carolinas, and how there was some weird, I don't know if it's biological, but there was some weird temperature and radiation type of thing that was spreading that wasn't normal. And it wouldn't really track for what you're saying in like New Jersey unless it moved somewhere else. But I just feel like it just shows that something like that could definitely track, you know?
So, like, people don't realize, like, I know this saying right here, if you are in Jersey, will it affect you? It will affect you with radiation. Only ones to worry about. The rest, it's not a problem. So, I'll tell you, like, when it comes to radiation, there's like 3 things we talk about to protect yourself: time, distance, and shielding. So limit your time that you're exposed to it, maximize your distance, and shield yourself from it. So when you talk about radiation, there's two forms of radiation: particles and waves. So particles would be like alpha, beta particles. You can block those. Alpha with a piece of paper, your outer layer of your skin. Beta, like cardboard, something like that, will block that from getting onto you. Waves, like gamma radiation, X-ray radiation, things like that, they will travel through things. The way you shield yourself from them would be like large bodies of water or like dense lead, things like that. So limit your time, maximize your distance, and provide shielding in between them. That's really how you protect yourselves.
Yeah.
And so radiation is part of your life every single day. You get radiation from the sun every day. So on average, depending on where you're living, you're getting about 365 millirem of radiation through the environment every year. If you live in an elevated area like Colorado, places like that, might be a little bit more. There's natural occurring radiation in the ground, like radon and things like that. So depending on where you live, that level could be a little bit higher. But you get X-rays. That's radiation.
Right.
You go for a thallium stress test. That's radiation going into your body. Cancer patients get radiation inside their body. And all radiation has a half-life, which means like it depends, like the one that went missing out of New Jersey. So it's not a very strong one. It's one that they use for, they use it for testing. The half-life, so it loses half its strength in 278 days. So smoke detectors in our house have americium, which is a radiological particle. So it's all around us all the time, but it's just a matter, and it really what it is the fear.
Oh, the fear will 100% just cause like the most chaos. I mean, you saw COVID in general. I mean, just from toilet paper and gas, like I mean, like, can you imagine? So of course that's why they're not telling us, and it's clearly our people looking for stuff.
They're looking. Listen, I worked for a facility that was run by the Department of Energy. We had 3 defunct nuclear reactors. I had to get tested annually and in and out of going into certain facilities. So like it's there, it's around you. If you're aware of it and you understand it and you appreciate it and you know it, you'll be fine.
Does it not have anything to do with like, okay, so like nuclear power plants though, would that not like be something that these people are trying to utilize with something like that?
It could. So like if they have spent fuel rods going out of a nuclear power plant, I'll tell you that they are transported like from the power plant to the disposal site by heavily armed security. Very heavily armed.
I mean, I live about 20 minutes from a nuclear power plant, so I think about that all the time. I'm within the 3-mile radius. I say 20 minutes, but the 3-mile radius, I'm within that. You know what I mean? Like, so I think about that stuff. But,
right.
Yeah. So in this country right now, this has been going, since Chernobyl, like our restrictions and what we put in place for nuclear energy far exceeds a lot of other places. So that's not the concern. And that's the entire United States Navy is run off of nuclear energy for the most part.
Right. My dad was in the Navy.
The submarines, they all have nuclear power plants. That's how they run. That's how they go for so long. And Savannah River in Georgia is the place where they go to get them refueled and get their spent rods and all that other stuff taken out. And then when they take that stuff, they go and they take it out into like Utah or places like that, Arizona, and they bury it in these mines. But it is heavily armed going all the way to that facility. It's all that other stuff. It's that thallium stress test type stuff. It's that radiological isotopes they use for cancer research and stuff like that. A lot of that stuff, depending on what they're transporting, that can go by FedEx.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
A lot of that stuff. And if that stuff was to get taken in very small amounts, it's just enough
that they can use where they can say, oh, we detonated a device with this in it, and everybody's going to lose their minds.
Yeah. Mm.
So
Yeah, I
I had two dads in the Navy, and they both were in the nuke system, or in the nuke part of it, tested into that and everything. So definitely know some about that. In fact, one of them, my stepdad, they tried to get him to work with the nuclear power plant here, and he said the money wasn't worth the radiation that he would have to go through to work there.
I used to get tested. I got tested every year, and it always came up like, "Oh, you're good." And I went into some areas with some cesium-137, cobalt-60 sources, and all this other stuff, and I'm like, I had to go in here to do a fire inspection. Everybody that comes out of here usually has something, but I always came out like my numbers were 0. I'm like, how did I come out 0, but like these other people come out with something on them? But
right.
My stepdad that worked with nukes in the Navy, he went from the Navy to a university, and they ended up doing projects, and part of it was that they had to work with the nuclear products and developing the things that were strong enough to bury them in, like you were talking about, how they go and they bury them in. So they had to come up with and test, and some of these projects came from Japan, but they that's what they were given. That was their task for the university, they had to develop and come up with the things that were strong enough that would hold and be able to bury these things for however long and be safe and whatever.
Yeah.
So
yeah, 100%. The where I used to work, we had a rad radiation team that responded worldwide, and they responded to Japan after. Was it like it's not a hurricane that hits them. What is that? A cyclone that hit them, and then it was a tsunami.
Yeah.
And it was like a nuclear power plant, like right on the water, that got damaged. Fukushima, I think that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like there was a radiological team out of my job that had to go there and take readings and monitor and all that stuff. They did that for over a year, and they went out that way. But
yeah, like I said, my dad said the nuclear power plant tried to recruit him because he worked on all those projects, and he said they couldn't pay him enough. He just knew how much radiation was involved, and he just didn't want to be involved in it long term.
In North Carolina, it pays good. North Carolina is what, Duke Energy?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got Duke down here. We got Tico. We got, I forget what the other one is. There's another big one down here. Oh, Florida Power and Light or something like that.
FPL.
FPL, yep.
Well, what was odd, and I made that video, and why I said, "Oh, there's a plane flying over," is I swear to God, like I'm not far from an armory as well, and there's always these military helicopters and planes that are flying over, and they're flying in the direction towards that nuclear power plant. And I've always just thought, like I said, that this is just, I don't know, them just doing training protocols, maybe even running some security on it and stuff. And I felt like in the past like week and a half, when the drone things just super blew up, like I was like, wait a minute, I hear them. They're over my house. They're loud. They feel lower than they should be. Like they're always loud as hell. And I was like, wait a minute, I haven't seen anything. Like, why haven't I? So that's why I was like, wow, okay. The past couple of days I've started seeing them again. So, and that could be absolutely incorrect, but it felt that way. And it was really odd to me that it seemed to die down and then pick back up. I don't know. There's something really odd going on.
My thought is, one, it's the government. Obviously, they're not going to tell you. And two, they're looking for something.
They're gaslighting us. I mean, like literally on the news, they're talking. They've got their news people talking to us and gaslighting us. Like they're talking to us in this kind of form. Like, of course it's drones. Drones are legal, guys. Hello. Like that's how I've seen some of these news people talking. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So
now when they shut down an airport because the typical drone. If you went out and bought a drone today, and then you went out, you had to register it, do all the stuff you have to do, and then you flew it, and you got within like 10 miles of an airport, it would like shut it down.
Right.
But these shut down. Was it? I think it's now 2 airports.
It was a
I know New
military.
York.
Stewart International in New York, and I think there was like a military one out in Seattle or something like that too, where they're like, we got to shut down the runways.
Oh my god.
Does Pam
I
have
like
a third kid?
Yeah, I saw that too.
I don't know if he has a third kid. Not that I've seen.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, no, I haven't seen. I've just seen the two.
They shut down an airbase here. Them. Wow.
Abby walked in here. I don't know if she's still in here. I sent her an invite.
Oh, Abby Bobby. She just messaged me, but I wasn't able to click to it because it makes me get off live if I do. She said that she got busy painting her basement or something. I think she's going live with Justin in a couple days about something.
Right.
A picture on her Facebook posted 2016 saying, I miss her. I'm guessing you're talking about Pam or Wendy. I don't know what to call her, Pam or Wendy. I really don't. But yeah, I mean, I was going nuts on my ADHD. I have ADHD pretty strong, but I hyperfixate a lot. So I had gotten on those drones and I was making video after video after video, and then this case opened and I was like, wow. I completely forgot about the drones. Didn't forget about them, but I just wasn't top of mind.
Yeah, until this case come up, it was Amber Alert after Amber Alert after Amber Alert.
I've told you before, I almost can't keep up with them, and it's terrible and it's sad.
We had what, 3 in one day?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I know. This last break that I took was after I had shared a video of a personal situation that had happened at a local store with my kids, and I'm pretty sure it was, I say pretty sure because people have been gaslighting me on that video back when it happened, but I mean, I shared the details and it really seemed like somebody was trying to put us in a situation to possibly take my teenage girls when we went out to the parking lot, and I caught on to it at the last minute. But when I shared it, it blew up at first, and then all these crazy comments started coming in, you know, like, you're just a paranoid woman, blah, blah, blah. You're just a paranoid middle-aged woman and all this stuff. And it was just crazy. And I was like, this is just fucking ridiculous, you know? And I just took a break from TikTok about it. So, it's just crazy though. I mean, people think that it's only stuff like that only happens to certain kids and certain people in really bad and poor situations, but it's just not true. It can happen for, you know, in any situation. There are people who are hired by these upper people to go and find people and recruit them and get them. Are you still there?
No, we figured we'd leave you here talking to yourself.
Well, it just went so quiet. There was no background noise. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, we were letting you talk.
Damn. Talk about something else. I don't want to talk. That's why I like you being the host.
Hey, I was kind of enjoying not having to talk.
That's why I never host anymore, because you can't, like, I never could, like, pause or go away. I love that about being just part of it.
That's where the mods come into play. I just have them answer questions.
Yeah. But anyways, about this case, I mean, I guess there's no more updates. They went to the house, but we don't have any more updates from that, you know, dig tonight so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see an update tonight. I really don't. I'll be surprised if we see one tomorrow. If we do, it'd be later in the afternoon after they continue to search that property.
Are you pretty much on, off and on all day, Dan, or do you have a 9 to 5 as well, without asking too many details?
I do both, but say an alert happens, I do that at the same time.
Yeah.
I work for myself, so, and I have for 5 years, so I pretty much will get on here and do stuff any time of day, all times of day, in the middle of it, on the road.
Yeah, all my work is online, so it's much easier.
I'm trying to do that. Trying to go
I
more
like.
online.
I mean, I worked in business. I worked in an office. I worked in sales for about 20 years. I had enough of it.
Jim just tries keeping me busy.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
Oh, you good?
I imagine these cases, like, there's no lack.
Oh, there isn't. But see, the good thing about Jim is he sends cases I've never heard about.
Yeah, I think that is a good thing. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? I'm always kind of stuck looking for my own stuff. I haven't ever really relied on a lot of other people. I think it's been my problem is I think I need to try to incorporate a team and involve other people, because I think a lot of the things that I post are just really mainstream, and that's fine and that's good. And some of it blows it up. That needs to be blown up, but there's a lot of other cases that really should be having attention.
Oh, and yes, I keep my mods extremely busy.
I've heard.
I mean, we sometimes try to push some stuff out to the news
Yeah.
because we really feel like it needs attention, and we have this Emma Ray out of New York. New York, good luck trying to get anything going in the news up there because you got drones, you got Luigi, you got the Long Island cereal.
Well, that's what I had told Dan
library.
last night. It's like, I was like, hey, is there anything I can look up? He's like, yeah, Google it. So I Google it. There's hardly anything. I was like, well, crap, I don't really know what to make a video on. Then I just started going on, about, with Kahleb and stuff. But yeah, there really wasn't a lot of info on her, unfortunately.
Yeah, and
It seemed like you guys had a lot of info on her being. Did I hear that correctly? That she had been like trafficked before?
traffic
or-
since she was 11 and she's 14
Yeah.
now.
And that's not in there at all. And those, that's information. Yeah.
And that's like when I pushed it to a few news outlets, and I'm like, if you really want to, and it hit right after, and there was another story that came out. It was some real estate developers or something that got,
Yep.
you know what I'm saying, locked up for trafficking and this and that. And I'm like, this is a perfect story for it because I'm like, this is a 14-year-old girl who's being trafficked. If you want to know what trafficking looks like in this country, I'm like, this is 100% what it looks like. It is not like Liam Neeson in Taken, like the Albanians like kidnapped you and took you to some foreign country in a cargo ship. That's not. Does it happen? Yes.
Actually, and that's what my video was that I told you guys about. It's everyday people that are being hired by the bigger people to people hunt for them.
Yeah.
And that's what it is now.
And it's 100% happening in front of your face all the time. I'm like, and this is the story, and we can find this girl. And that's a drone.
Shut up.
1, 2. There's 2 drones.
Weird flight patterns, weird lights.
Yeah, weird lights, very low.
Put the video on it then, man.
Jim is still seeing the golf balls flying. Don't let him kid you.
Nah, these are drones.
Well, I've been sitting out here every night. We've been on live just waiting for something crazy to come, and I haven't seen it. Apparently, there was a sighting 20 miles from me, but I didn't get to see anything.
These aren't jets, I can tell you that. Because they're quiet. And I don't think I can turn this around. Wait, I might be able to.
He's going to try to turn his camera around.
It's not going to work. No, not going to work.
Well, I think I got to get off and shut this house down, guys. I've already tucked the kids in, and I need to get to bed too. So I guess I'll get back with you guys tomorrow when you do this.
Yep. Yeah, I'm about to get off too because it's almost 11 o'clock here.
Yeah, it's midnight here. I'm on the East Coast. Oh, there's a train. Well,
So if there is an update, if it happens in the middle of the night, we get very little sleep. So if something does pop off in the middle of the night, which I highly doubt, we'll make sure it's put out to the public. But I really believe more is going to come out tomorrow or tomorrow afternoon after they finish searching that property.
Yeah. Oh, ugh. I'm holding out, man. Prayers. I really am.
Okay, Texas lady, go ahead and give me your question real quick before we jump off. Good night, I detective. They were searching it earlier. They taped it off with crime scene tape.
oh yeah, I was waiting for the question. Come on,
So was I. If you sent it, you got to retype it. How many kids did they have? As far as we know, 2. Nobody knows what happened to the other one. Who would I notify in what situation? We missed half your question. One is deceased and the other one is missing. The one on the screen is missing.
All right, guys. I will talk to you tomorrow. Hope you have a good night.
Good night.
Good night, you
Night.
too.
Texas lady, it might be filtering your question. You can send it to me in a DM and I'll answer your question. TikTok likes to do that. But all right, y'all, we're gonna jump off here. I gotta let Jim get some sleep so he can kick butt on the golf course tomorrow and not be able
Not
to
like
blame
me.
me.
Not gonna happen. Oh, see the tree, Jim, Dandy, and Dan. And it's not TikTok. Yeah, Paprika. Yeah, Jim Dandy is not TikTok friendly. For how I got that nickname.
Hey, at least she didn't call you the nickname I chose for you.
What did you choose for me?
Dumpster Fire Jim.
Oh, that was before. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, Jim with a J. Yeah, I'm good with all of them. Just not the H one. That I am not.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Is it
Jimster Fire. Jimster Fire.
Jimster?
There you go.
Yes. All right. I like that one. Dieter, you got it. That's spot on. Have a good golf game. Thank you. Yeah, we'll probably do a live tomorrow from there. Try to switch it up. Try to do something a little bit more positive and fun. We do a lot of very, very serious stuff, but it's also important to unwind and,
So
enjoy
for
your.
those who are in here, make sure you follow Joe Petito and Jim, but Joe Petito's the one that they went live from today.
Yeah, you had Papa Petito, Joe Petito. He's on here. I think he's on a Joseph Petito. You have Petito Mom, which is Tara, his wife, and then Nikki_Schmidt, my wife, Gabby's mom. She's a saint. Unbelievable. Unbelievable person. Unbelievable human being. I was very, very lucky. And then you have moi. And of course, Dan, who you're already following.
Who's
Who
Dan?
does
I don't know Dan.
some guy missing in USA. Does probably the best job on TikTok covering these cases. Jim with one J is my fave. Nikki with one N. Not to be confused with Nikki with two Ks.
But all right, youngins, we are gonna jump off. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. For those who stuck with it the whole time, it's very much appreciated. Getting this young child's face out into the public is very critical. Let's hope for a positive outcome on both ends,
Praying.
and the baby.
Praying. Hoping.
But we will see y'all tomorrow. Have a wonderful night, y'all.
Good night.